All right, good evening, everyone. Oh, it's too bright. Much too bright. What's happening here? Okay, it's Sunday, December 7th, 2025, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. You're joining me today, a few of you, although I can't even see. Boy, sometimes I start these streams and everything is under control. And then other times I start these streams and it's like I've never done this before. You're joining me today for the second session of our playthrough of The Mountain, which is the second season of a series called Empty Faces by Hunt a Killer, which is being retired at the end of this month. And so all of this month, we are trying to do a marathon playthrough of these Hunt a Killer games that are being retired. By retired, what we mean is they haven't sold these for a long time, and The Mountain in particular seems to have been left to die on the vine many years ago. But these games we're playing all have a substantial internet component, use of specific domain custom websites that have been built for this, and they're too much trouble to maintain. So Hunt a Killer is just going to let them expire and die, and they are essential to playing these games. So we have a few weeks left before these domains start going offline. And we're trying to play them, we're trying to enjoy them, but we're also trying to archive the experience for those who come after and can't play the game, or perhaps they pick up a physical copy of the game but can't access the websites. The copies we're playing today were sent to me, donated very generously by Elaine Covington, who's gone above and beyond and included some notes for us in case we can't access some of the online content. So far, we've been able to access most of it. The story so far in this series called The Mountain, we are 2 boxes in, It's a cult story. We are trying to infiltrate this cult called the Radiant Mountain. It looks on the surface all very benign and friendly and sort of self-help, wellness, yoga, etc., with some guided meditations. But there's a dark side to this cult. And there's a dark side to most cults. But this one looks like there may be a supernatural element. In our welcoming materials to the cult, we've got a little message written by a dissenter in the cult. And that little secret encrypted message told us to visit a secret website. When we did, we hit a forum for survivors of the Radiant Mountain. On this forum, people are discussing how they escaped the cult, which is not an uncommon thing for cults, but we get little hints that there may be something scarier going on. We got a little hint of the cult drugging people and not wanting people to leave. That's not that unusual. But then we got some hints of supernatural. And it feels like what's happening here is people are going to sleep, and while they're sleeping, something else is occupying their body. The more we get into this, the more the ties to the first season of Empty Faces is obvious. The first season, called The Woods, was a witchcraft tale, and we were hired to help a woman whose granddaughter has become catatonic. And we learn a lot about this ancient witchcraft and a thing called hollowing, where when you sleep, your spirit leaves your body, but sometimes you can't get back into your body. Some other spirit occupies it. And we heard about a doctor who was sort of possessed by a demon, doesn't really remember, some sort of evil spirit. We sort of have a name for the spirit, a sort of spirit of the woods. But that was sort of a tangential story, and she told us how the witches don't like the lightning. Lightning could mean anything modern, electric, like on a cell phone or wireless transmission. And what we're starting to learn from our investigation into this cult is it's almost the other side of the coin. This whole cult worships electricity and lightning. But they also mention hollowing, and the mountain is all about discovering the truth. But it looks like we're looking at two sides of some supernatural war, almost like that movie with the werewolves and the vampires. And we've been trying to infiltrate this cult. And in each box, there's a very cool structure to it, because it feels like on each box, we're taking a test not given by the company to see if we figure out everything in the box, not by Hunt a Killer, but we're taking a quiz administered by the cult to decide where we move up in the hierarchy. And the structure of this game so far has been that every box, we've taken a quiz to test how well we understand the organization, and then we're moving up in the hierarchy of the cult. And we're told we've got this amazing book. Let me get out this book to show you how amazing this book was. This book about the cult. And it's this fully produced book about the cult. We learn all about it, but we also learn about the hierarchy. So as an initiate, we come in as a fawn, and then we get admitted into the family. We become what's called a deer. Then you can move up the chain of command and become a sparrow. So the deer's job is to follow. The sparrow knows enough about the organization, the mountain, to preach the word and get new people to join. And then you move on up to the squirrel, who does the work of preparing the family and preparing stuff for the family. And then at the very top of the hierarchy is the raven, who we think is this guy who's running the cult. We don't know if the cult was always evil or if it's just being currently run by some evil person. So at the end of box 2, we played box 1 and box 2 last night. Tonight we're going to play box 3 and maybe box 4 or whatever. So at the end of box 2, we took a quiz, got everything right. You have to get all the answers perfectly right. And then we got welcomed into being a sparrow. And the scary thing is that each step we move up in the ladder of this cult, it feels like we might be getting let into more of the deep, dark secrets. And every box, we also do this long meditation led by this person named Rachel. And in the first box, the deer meditation for first level, or fawn meditation, whatever, she's just like, close your eyes, you're walking on a mountain, everything is peaceful, all the animals love you, you hear the brook, the water bubbling. It's like 9 minutes, very peaceful, very nice. We heard a little bit of a rumbling voice in the background. We weren't sure what it was. In the last meditation, the second one, that voice became clearer. And it sort of seemed to be call and reply while she was giving stuff. She was like, your mind drifts away and you're unoccupied. And then this voice like, I will occupy or something. We couldn't quite make out all the words, but it was very spooky. Worse yet, Rachel, the woman who's giving us this guided meditation, like she seemed like she was under some duress towards the end, like struggling. It was very creepy, and there's a lot of very creepy stuff in this game. Now, one more thing to mention. The website that we found, the Forum of Survivors, the person who reached out to us, we learned that they are a person on this forum. We can read one of their posts where they say, I'm going to like stay in the cult. You got to rescue my daughter. We think we have an idea who the daughter is from the website of the cult. But a bunch of the posts on this forum are locked, and they feel like they're locked with different passwords, something that we saw done in the woods as well. And we've gotten access to some of those passwords. Many others remain locked. I guess they're going to become unlocked over time. We're trying to keep our eye open for clues to the passwords. But at the end of yesterday's box, we also saw something cool, which was a video, a very well-produced long video that was sort of a conspiracy theory video about how this cult is really like the Freemasons or Illuminati. Theories that this cult is sort of got government officials planted all over the world, and they can pull all these conspiracy strings, and the chemtrails from planes are certain things, and this conspiracy theory that the earth is flat. It was very weird and very creepy, and was sort of like, you could imagine that you've got like, in the normal time, you've got people with conspiracy theories about a cult, and then the cult, which is really not supernatural, but just designed to rip off people's money. So it's kind of weird that we have all these different layers of paranoia going on about this cult. And here we are trying to insinuate ourselves in, and the cult brochure is like, the messages in the cult all right, keep your eye open for infiltrators or false people. So like we're in a little bit of, we're taking our life into our hands. If we get caught faking our presence in this cult like we're real true believers, we could be in trouble. Let's catch up with the chat. I caught up this morning. I was wondering if the forest around the mountains shown in the video is the woods from the first part. Well, it all is in this little town. So yes, I think these are all right nearby in Cooperstown, West Virginia. Sorry if this was already discussed. Did something change recently with the way the YouTube shows comments? I used to see them by username. Now only the handle shows. I'm not sure. I think that might be a YouTube thing. It's certainly not anything that I have changed. Groot says it's a YouTube bug YouTube hasn't fixed yet. Okay. When I watched, I didn't hear anything in the background during the meditations. Oh, yes, there were. Oh, yes, there were. In fact, Elaine Covington sent me a little note that said she tried to grab when she played some of the audio or transcriptions. I heard someone say, I heard that scary voice say, hallowed something, and then a voice said, I will occupy. Very creepy. But we could, if we wanted to, download those videos and slow down the section and try to decode it. But I think what we'll do is we'll try to find other people who have done that at some point. Because, as I said, we are trying to play these games were meant to be played over months. We're trying to play them each series in a week or so. So I'm cognizant of us being unfair to these games because we're trying to play them so quickly, but it does mean we're going to make some sacrifices, like going to the hints faster than we normally would, or avoiding doing some stuff that I might do if I had months to play these games, like grab the audio and bring it into an editor and slow it down. But you guys are welcome to do that and share your results with us if you care to. Okay, shall we get started with today's box? I don't know how many boxes we'll play tonight. Probably, I think, actually, that our strategy of playing 2 boxes, like these are all 5-box series. We have this series, then we have the mine after it, another 5 boxes. Then we have 5 boxes for Earthbreak 1 and 5 boxes for Earthbreak 2. And I think the system of 2 boxes, and then the finale by itself makes a lot of sense. So I expect we will play 2 boxes tonight. All right, let us open up box 3. Everyone has their coffee and tea. Is everyone getting ready to do some fun Christmas stuff? I don't know if you guys buy presents for each other, if you have a tree. Okay, here's Elaine's online content, which we haven't needed yet. And here's our contents. There is something to look at, actually, before we open this up. Needless to say, you shouldn't be watching this video if you haven't watched the first session from last night, showing the first 2 boxes. But I did want to show something. In our box 1, we got this bracelet. And the bracelet talks about different colors and different stuff. And it looks a little bit like glow in the dark. And I think I tried, let me get this over here. I want to show it to you a little bit better because Elaine sent me some photo. So I wanted to see if I turn out these lights here. Okay, so we don't really see anything. Now I tried to, because it looks glow in the dark, I tried to sort of charge it up with some bright light. But I don't think it really worked. But Elaine was telling me, it says natural light. We were told about this little totem. But Elaine was suggesting black light. So I did find my black light. And I do want to show you that you can see with a black light, there's sort of different colors, right? Can sort of see different colors, but more than that, as I keep the black light on it, it's like glow in the dark, but powered with black light. Like as I keep the black light, I wonder if I'm running out of power with this black light. As I keep the black light on it, then these things sort of keep their color. You can see that, right? Like the black light is making them not just glow in the black light, but keep their color. It may be that we need to know what these colors are at some point. The little instruction booklet for this, let me find that. I don't know. I assume this is going to be relevant at some point. But we had a little instruction booklet here. It says, here's the talisman that you're supposed to wear. Truth may be revealed only when they are seared by natural light, but we were using black light. And then it says gold, rose, indigo, violet. Each bead has its place on the string, just as each member has a place in the family. So somewhere among this is supposed to be gold, violet. I'm not sure exactly where those are. Gold, rose, indigo, violet. So, and now they're losing their... I feel like I might need to add batteries to this, or maybe we need to have the light off. I suspect we're going to need this at some point, but I don't know when. So just keep that in mind. If you come across something that needs color, like maybe an order of the colors, we can come back to it. Yeah? Okay. Melissa says, how is someone without a black light supposed to know to do that? It seems like it expects it to work with bright sunlight, but I don't really know, to be honest. Whoa, that's creepy. It's like a whole wooden acorn? Or kind of shaped like a... I don't know what it is, but I don't like it. Okay. So here's our pin for Sparrow level with our link to take the Sparrow test at the end of the game. Or, no, this is Sparrow meditation, sorry. Sparrow's duty is to spread the truth of the divine path. Sparrows show their devotion by growing the number of the faithful, supporting the brethren in the family. As you advance toward true enlightenment, your joyous recitation of the word will purify you and prepare you to receive the sacred wisdom of the faith. Okay, there's our meditation, which this is one of the scariest parts, that these meditations are getting more unhinged as we go. And here is something weird. Looks like maybe an incense holder. Like you put the incense through there. I don't know what it's supposed to be though. And then here is a even bigger book. Holy cow. Tell me this isn't going to be another full book. Oh my gosh. Look at this. Look how crazy the production quality on this is. Look at this full book. It's like the next level book in the cult. Like this previous book was like what the people just get first introduction to. And are we now getting like more scary stuff revealed? Umbra. Rites and rituals. Sacred rites of the divine, rituals of many names, epiphany of divine nature. Ooh, this looks scary. Now it's getting scary. Now we're getting into Dante's hell. Alright, that's crazy. We've got a little thing. We've got our welcome letter. In fact, 2 welcome letters. What's that about? And then this is someone else's. Remember, we're told everyone has to journal. Here's someone's journal. I wonder if because we're moving higher up, we're getting access to stuff. Greetings, child of the mountain. Why do we have 3 letters and 1 is black? 1 is made out to Daniel. 1 is made out to Kin. 1 is made out to Child of the Mountain. All right. Creepy. All right, let's start here. This looks like the message. Actually, all of our previous letters have been from Frederick. But these don't look like they're to us. This one, maybe? Dear Kin, I'm so happy you've made it. Dear Kin, I guess this is all, when you're in this cult, you're a member of the family. So maybe they talk to us by kinship name now. Dear Kim, but there's a different person writing to us. I'm so happy you've made it this far. I can finally speak directly to you without bringing any unwanted attention to myself. It's a load off my chest, I can promise you that. I'm guessing the fact that you have come this far, that you understood my messages. Oh, this is the person, the dissident, that's been secretly writing to us, and now that we've moved up high enough on the chain, he can write to us directly. I'm guessing by the fact that you have come this far, you understood my messages and followed my instructions. If that's true, then I assume you know you can trust me, and since you trust me, I can trust you. Because I trust you, I'm going to tell you something very important. Something that I pray you keep to yourself, and do not bring this to the light. May you find yourself always in the cool comfort of shade, thumbing leaves. Thumbing leaves. 16 stone of 16 men, then just 17 in 169. Took from 22 shelves some 32 codices, 21 cases, and 2 scrolls, each of which contained a dozen illustrations of the 2 sides of light, 8 dimensions and 28 colors. 22 hues of 22 blues, 8 such in lavender, richer than 89 flowers, 5 shades of red from the blood of 69, 63 lost souls, 13 young and 49 old. I do hope that with this knowledge comes guidance. Okay, so this is some sort of secret message in some sort of code. Now he continues. You must pass the next trials to fulfill your destiny within our little family. I'm very excited to have you along. Not everyone is so pleased with your progress, though. Go ahead and read what our mutual acquaintance, Sparrow Frederick, has to say about you. About me, even. He's not much of a visionary, Frederick, calling me a heretic. Squirrels secret away their supplies to provide for the future. They plan ahead. They understand that things will not always be as they are. Sparrows are supposed to feel when the winds are changing, yet Frederick somehow does not. Who then is the heretic? Don't worry about him. His time is almost done. Someone like him cannot last very long in this position. Someone like me, however, knows very well how quickly things can change. As a sparrow, I was so adept at what Frederick continually fails that I ascended to squirrel easily. It's odd, isn't it? To be so successful in a role, one is then removed from it. It demonstrates that such strict compartmentalization is not always a benefit to the larger goal. I think change can be a very good thing. I give you to your assignment. I look forward to your success and inevitable ascension. Good luck, Squirrel Daniel T. So this person who reached out to us, we think is Daniel Thomas, whose daughter takes the photos on the Radiant Mountain website. We now learn that he's a squirrel, so he's one step above where we are. We're a sparrow now on the same level as Frederick, who's been writing to us. Something a little bit disturbing about this message, though. I mean, we do have an encrypted part here. Let's make a note so we don't forget. I'll tell you what has got me a little concerned. Maybe you guys had the same thought. In the first 2 secret messages that Daniel inserted, little handwritten things, and on his blog post, it seemed like he was saying, like, I want to get my daughter out of this cult, and I want to get out too, but I'm trying to figure out a way to do it. In this letter, it sounds a little bit more like he wants to take over the cult. He's like, I'm a squirrel, I'm preparing for change. Like, I'm a little bit concerned here that Daniel is not so much interested in leaving the cult as he is in overthrowing the Raven and becoming a new Raven. That makes me a little nervous. Okay, he said, go look at the message from Frederick so we can see what Frederick thinks of us. So here is, Daniel is giving us a copy of the letter that Frederick wrote to him. Here's Frederick. I've performed the ritual of wisdom invoking the name of Nansuran Taula, and have been blessed by the truth. You have done a great disservice to your fellowship at Radiant Mountain. I do not think it's too far-fetched to assume you've contrived our newest member's sudden ascension. A deer cannot, should not, achieve spiritual advancement so quickly. Not only are they not yet mentally and emotionally prepared for such rituals and rites of passage, they're also not yet ready to be trusted. How do we know your new friend is dependable enough, devoted enough? It took me years to become a sparrow. How arbitrary, how inexcusable. There is a divine path for a reason. Do you know what I think? This has gone beyond mere cronyism. If this were purely you playing favorites, I would only insist on you receiving divine castigation of the third order. I'm a generous person, after all. However, it is my belief you and this new member are plotting something. You may not have noticed, but I have studied your movements closely. I've seen your detached expressions as you sit for meals and with your wife and daughter. I've seen the pitiful look Abigail gives you when you're too busy to listen to her. I know every move you make. You wrote a letter once when you thought you were alone, and you have yet to share its contents. What is in that letter, Daniel? You're worse than the shallow, untrustworthy disgrace of a man I thought you were. You're a heretic, a lowly worm that has wriggled its way into the root to spread its disease. What is your excuse? I will give you one last chance to speak before I take this matter to the Raven himself. Frederick. Okay, we're in a bit of trouble. Daniel is suspected of being a heretic, and so are we. We are in serious risk. And look, here is a letter from the Raven. That's why it's black. From Raven Welgrim III. What is he writing about? Greetings, child of the mountain. This truly is a momentous occasion. It has been quite some time since we've had a family member ascend the path as quickly as you. Can you feel the divine reverberate through you with each step? Though I already sit beneath the gilded oak, I still dream of walking the path again to experience the bliss of hollowing one more time. But that is just a dream. And I am overjoyed to spend my time counting and contemplating the concordances of the many names of the divine, as well as the sacred instruments it commands. But though my time of walking is over, yours is still upon you. Your song will reach the sleeping fawns, bringing them the truth which cleaves the unbeliever. Their former lives will be placed within the adamantine mortar and ground to dust. They shall be reborn and belong to the keeper of yearning hearts, blessed by the spirit of smoke. And so I say to you, newly fledged sparrow, fly from here as one who calls down the current from the sky for the world to witness. You will ignite the spark that summons the spark of the universe to them. Soar across the bridge of the requitor upon luminous wings. Sound the drum of invocation, which beats in the blood of all believers. For the truth is lost to all but those who seek, and it is our duty to show the world he of the light in the darkness. And as Myrmex compels the dead to answer, and Shamhurish guards the doors to the 5th palace. It is our duty to bring glory to the divine until all time unfurls from the endless wheel, and everyone is united as one. You gifted child who has ascended faster than your brethren, I offer you what wisdom I can. I hope it guides you along the path as it has guided me. Though you may rise, do not allow hubris to obstruct your view of the truth. There are many above you who can help you climb. Do not spurn their aid. There are many below you who require your support. Do not spurn their need. You are what you are, just as I am what I am, and I am, and I am. Praise be to the mountain and those who walk its path. Praise be to the vessel and the hollowness of its gift. Praise be to the divine and the truth it embodies. Yours in unity and faith, Raven Welgram III. Okay, those are 3 letters. Is the raven a woman? Didn't we see her picture, which is hair and some glasses? Couldn't see her face. I don't think so. We're told the raven's name in the brochure. It's like James something, isn't it? Raven Welgram III. Oh, maybe it is a woman. Raven Welgram. I guess I always thought that was his first name, but okay, maybe we don't know his name. No mention of this or this. Maybe this is, I don't know. There's no incense though. Let's see what this is. We must reclaim our family and our faith from this untrue guide. What? Is this the rebellion? Brethren, my heart has long been troubled, and I believe I am not alone in my concerns. I know we all strive to reach the summit of true enlightenment, but I fear our way is blocked by wrong-minded teachings. I ask you, is our worship pure and just? Have we placed our trust in a deserving guide? Does the one who leads us have our best interests in mind? Are the faithful being led astray by one without goodness in his heart? Are these people trying to overthrow the current raven? This is a different look. They've added a little symbol to the mountain. That's not the normal mountain logo. This rebellion group has their own version of the mountain. How can it be reclaimed? We must not rely on his word alone. We must share our wisdom with others. We must study the word as it was first set down. We must not follow with blind obedience the word of a heartless coward. We cannot worship purely with him in our way. We cannot be a family while he divides us. We cannot let him sully our pure faith. I beg you to hear the questions I have put to you and search your hearts for the truth within. This is the heretic. I think this is our guy Daniel is trying to overthrow the current raven. Huh. A rival faction. Okay, but look, he divides us. It sounds like the raven that they're trying to overthrow is male. All right, what is this nonsense? Why do we have a letter that Abigail, the deer, is filling out? Why have we been given access to this? No instructions about why these things are in our box. All right, Abigail Thomas, this is the wife of Daniel, I believe, or the daughter. Abigail was mentioned in Frederick's letter, right? Frederick says, like, I think something's wrong with you. You're a heretic. And then he mentions Abigail. He says, like, I see the way. He says, I've seen your daughter, your detached expressions as you sit for meals with your wife and daughter. I've seen the pitiful look Abigail gives you when you're too busy to listen. So I think this is Daniel's wife, the heretic. Today I woke up feeling unsettled. I must have had some terrible dreams, but I can't remember what they were about. Normally I'm a peaceful sleeper. I thought about meditating before breakfast to dispel the negative energy, but decided I shouldn't break my normal routine. Instead, I lit some incense and recited the Raven's Blessing 3 times while going about my morning, and that helped clear my head. 10 a.m. At 10 a.m., I held my class on breathing and bodily restoration. 1 p.m. and 3 p.m., I held my stretching and strengthening classes. My students were in great form today. After work, I picked up Charlotte from her lessons. That's the daughter. And this might confirm our theory about, remember, here is Charlotte Thomas, the photographer. So they're all part of this family. After work, Abigail I picked up Charlotte from her lessons. We grabbed dinner, visited the sanctuary, met with Daniel. Normally, the three of us meditate together for a few hours, but Charlotte had a youth group meeting to attend. She told me the group put her in charge of leading their upcoming outreach program. She seemed so excited. I couldn't be more proud of her. Once she's of age, I know she'll be a model sparrow. While Charlotte was in her meeting, I went to the Hall of Enlightenment. I had planned to meet with Daniel there, but he sent me a text to say he was busy doing work for the Raven and couldn't join me. I don't want to doubt his love for me and Charlotte, but lately he gives so many excuses, and I don't know, starting to wonder if a rift has grown between us. Rather than meditating in silence, I decided to listen to the Deer meditation audio. After this morning's disturbance and my husband's distant behavior, I thought I might need some extra guidance. During my meditation, my spirit drifted away from my body, and I approached a stream in the middle of a quiet forest. I drank deeply from the stream and felt a newfound peace and wisdom flow through me. That was what the meditation guided you to think. It was then that I had a revelation. I must shamefully admit my secret transgression. For so long, I've struggled to come to terms with my son's selection for the ritual of cleromancy. While my family had showered me with praise for raising the perfect vessel, I concealed feelings of doubt and anxiety. I felt so chaotic. I'm wondering if I was being punished somehow. Despite receiving such a high honor, Alexander was so brave. I performed wonderfully, but when it was over, I didn't feel an ounce of joy. I realized how selfish I've been all this time. When I drank from the stream, I felt the divine power clear my polluted mind, and I now finally understand. Alexander is now one with the truth. The truth is all around me, always seeking to fill the emptiness. And so now is Alexander. Maybe if I am one day properly hallowed, I can also become one with the truth and join my son in true enlightenment. Okay, this is very creepy. We've heard about the ritual of cleromancy. I'm hoping it's going to be described in this book here, but that's what happened to their son. Their son is gone now. Whatever this ritual is, it's like gives it to the demon, and he's gone. The woman with glasses was Charlotte's friend Katie. Craven, a new Raven. If the Raven is female, I don't think the Raven is female. Is that the letter that has not yet been produced by our squirrel? Has Daniel been hollowed out already and is currently occupied by the spirit of the woods? That's an interesting idea. Boy, we don't know what this is. Is this incense? This is the incense, I think, actually. I think this is like a cone of incense. It feels like it should have some stick. But maybe you just put it here and light it. I think this is actually the incense, this thing here. I seem to remember that sometimes incense is given in this form. But I don't know if it goes here or if it's supposed to go on some stick. Maybe it goes like this. Okay, doesn't matter. So that's it. It's just this book and the guided meditation and the secret message that Daniel sent us and any forum post that we can unlock. All right, Umbra. Translated from the Vertical Codex Lux et Umbra. So this is part of this whole book. This is the first book, and this is translated from this. The Vertical Codex Lux et Umbra. I'm not sure. Does Umbra have a meaning that I'm not sure about? Maybe it's just the collection of stuff. Rites and rituals. I don't know the word Umbra. Cone incense is a cone. Incense burners can have a place for cones or sticks, which is why there is a hole as well. Okay, so that's an incense cone. I bet one of these rituals involves lighting some incense. So there's the hollowing. We're very curious about that. I'm also curious about this clerical. There's no entry for this weird clerical. What is it called? The ritual of cleromancy. So the ritual of cleromancy is not here that I see. Oh, there it is. Ritual of cleromancy. Let's jump to that one. Should we? Or you want to go through slowly? An umbra is a type of shadow resulting from the total blockage of light. Okay, that's creepy. So this is like the shadow part of their cult Bible. All right, that's terrifying. Rites and rituals. Sacred rites and rituals of the devoted. The leap of the deer. Okay. The leap of the deer. All right, whenever you're ready. What's happening? Always confuses me when that top one works. Okay, we'll do it manually. The sacred rite of the newly initiated focuses on a dance symbolizing the gathering and observance of the deer, beginning their pursuit of truth. To receive the attention of the divine, you must first wield perpetual bodily motion passionately around the sacred fire until you are filled with unbridled euphoria. Begin with arms outstretched while gazing upon the sacred fire. Watch the fire flicker and mimic its ever-shifting form. Allow yourself to feel all that you have kept inside, all that you crave to abandon. As you listen to the beating of the ancient rhythms, release your spirit into the void in any fashion you desire. Only when the drum of invocation ceases, you take a leap of faith with your fellow deer. Prostrate yourself before the divine, displaying devotion absolute. Then release your breath upon the wind. The release your breath upon the wind will be heard. Wait patiently for the divine antiphon. What is divine antiphon? But this is the thing that we saw them have photos of, like people dancing around the fire, right? Okay, so those are the deers dancing around the fire, trying to release their spirit. I don't know what divine antiphon is. Okay, so that was a ritual of the devoted. So we're going to hear about deer, sparrow, squirrel, and maybe raven. So this was the leap of the deer. And here we have the song of the sparrow. Be familiar with the songs of the sparrows, for they have earned their divine replies and have ascended to greater heights. Yet the path which lies before the sparrow has only begun. Sparrows must sing and chant the ancient rites writ in the veridical Codex Umbra, awarded to them by the raven. And from the raven's hands will the sparrows find what they seek. I wonder if because there's a little bit of light missing. So here is the song of the sparrow. O knotted bough of oak, your branch to bramble grow. I traded perch for praises, let sap from sapling flow. O knotted bough of oak, your branch to bramble grow. I traded life for lore, let sap from sapling flow. O knotted bough of oak, from root to rooted core. I traded perch for praises, from the light the lightning bore. Okay. Here is the hollowing of the squirrel and the denouement of the raven. Okay, a little bit scary. Oversee the rites and rituals of your kin, for that is your burden. You are the gatekeeper of the raven, the protector of truth. You must show your undying devotion to the truth and undergo a hollowing to grant the truth a connection to your spirit. A squirrel's rite of passage will be to look upon oneself reflected in the empty mirror. If the divine instrument deems you worthy, you will see pieces of the truth echoing back at you. You must withstand the peril of losing yourself to the mirror. Survival signifies approach to the most impressive ritual. So this is the hollowing where you step outside your body and maybe some spirit comes in your body and you look at yourself. We saw that in that book excerpt of the Blue Moon from the woods. Now, this is the one that maybe we're most curious about. The denouement of the raven. Denouement is like the final little epilogue or solution or wrap-up. A new raven is chosen only when the previous raven must be replaced with a successor, either as a consequence of madness or death. And so shall your kin commence the trial by lightning. To call oneself the raven, one must have the strength of mind, body, and spirit to house the divine power. The raven represents the pinnacle of the journey, the culmination of one's path. The raven is the closest to the truth in its purest form and is the sole arbiter through which the knowledge of the vertical lux at Umbra is interpreted, translated, and disseminated. And here is a squirrel with an egg he stole from a bird's nest, or just an acorn. All right, look at this. Devil worship. Look at this picture. People dancing with like monsters and wolves and evil creatures around some demon person in a goat demon mask. I don't know what this person is doing. There's some bats. Rituals of many names. How to perform a ritual. Embrace an enchantment you wish to perform and take heed of each step. It is good to begin each ritual with meditation to quiet the mind. Begin each ritual with the chant of the beginning. Await with composure the culmination of your venture. Failure must be followed by great fortitude for a fortnight to replenish your energy before attempting performance once more. Perfection of the ritual is an onerous feat, and as such it can prove hazardous, even fatal. Offer your spirit and hope that which has many names looks upon you favorably. And then we have a very strange photo of someone showing a book where we have the sun, we have this creature eating its own tail, these birds with bows and arrows. Spirit in the sense of self. Close your eyes and cast your sight inward. Turn your thoughts to the small stone nestled in your heart. It has embedded its way inside and has made your heart heavy with life's burdens. Your fist is a hammer of divine influence. Strike at your chest with clenched fist and invoke the name of Malhalap Wona. Malhalap Wona. It is through your force of will you will shatter this stone and regain your confidence. Wisdom in the prescient nature of all things. When lightning graces the sky with its power, sit with a bowl in hand. A few drops of water should mingle with a pinch of salt. Look inward with your inner eye and hold the bowl in both hands with arms outstretched. Envision the lightning above you dispersing the clouds within you. Hold this image in your mind and invoke the name of Nansaratula. You will gain clarity of mind and your spirit will gain insight into the truth of things. Okay. We've got this weird geometric figures. Got a seer of past life. Maybe we'll just skim through this a little bit. Anna says, the spirit, this many name stuff belonged to the evil spirit in season 1. Just going to skim ahead a little bit to get a feel for this. Seer of past lives, essence of the unborn. Read this one, essence of the unborn. With lit wax candle, ignite a hair plucked from your head upon its flame. Invoke the name of Beabaram and say, let my flesh be yours. May Beabaram accept your sacrifice and bless you with fertility. These are various things you can do here. Cup of lit wax candle, turn it round in your hand toward the direction of your past. Invoke the name of Sahiraphite. By turning the candle thus, you take back time in your command and reward yourself with second chances. If the ritual is heard and is just, regrets will be cleansed from your spirit. And we have fabric of the divine here. Sit down. I don't know why this isn't working as well as normal. Sit down before you parchment and quill from the divine instrument of the labyrinth weaver. Okay, we have a labyrinth weaver. Must spiral shapes be drawn while invoking the name of Ishershine. Feel your energy flow into the parchment as you draw with ever-growing fervor. With your energy now entwined with the parchment's very fabric, may it be kept safe for a time when you need it most. When its power is needed, may the parchment burn brightly in your hearth, releasing and imbuing you with divine power. Okay, so you do that and then you throw in the fire. Okay, we have elimination of troubled feelings, captivator of affection. And what have we got here? An interesting drawing. Got some Latin, it looks like. Why are these green cubes having so much trouble today? Nielsen Vobis, Hernos Omnis. Can anyone translate this or Latin for us? There's a person with the sun on his head, a woman with the moon on her head, a two-faced woman with the moon on one head and the sun in her hand. And it says maybe we should be using the protection from the grandmother, the twine. I don't think that's a bad idea. Light the sacred incense, look inward with your mind's eye. Invoke the name of Firfin between each deep, slow breath until you can feel its divine presence. This will calm the storm raging inside you and empty you of unwanted emotions. Then we have the Captivator of Affection. Light the sacred incense and waft the smoke toward your spirit with open palm. Look inward, hold the visage of your love in your mind. Add a pinch of sugar to a bowl of grains set before you. Invoke the name of Lorlana. With the sharp edge of the divine instrument of Purba, draw out a drop of your blood and intertwine it with the sugar and grains while speaking the name of your beloved. Keep the sugar, grain, and blood mixture locked away safe until the wound from the divine instrument is fully healed. Then send a letter from your hand to your beloved. May Lorlana accept your sacrifice and grant you a steadfast reply. Okay. And here we have a very creepy drawing, maybe the creepiest so far. It's some bird demonic creature that has a person on a stick around their neck. The person is dressed up with like bunny ears. Oh, it's very, very creepy. Imbue strength to the raven and then weaken the enemy. Imbue strength to the raven. Set a raven in its cage before you, or find one willing to stand your presence in the wild. Peer unwaveringly into its black eyes. Invoke the name of Ravenmat. You must not show fear above all else. If the raven is truly welcomed into your soul, it will speak an incantation through you in its own tongue. By the raven's impenetrable words, may your body serve as a conduit and let strength flow into the raven. Be warned, do not allow fear to be sensed within your spirit, for the flow shall be reversed, and Ravenmat shall devour you instead. Yikes. Here's a spell to weaken the enemy. Place an idol of likeness of your enemy before you. Place an idol of likeness of your enemy before you and light the sacred incense. Waft the smoke away from you with the back of your hand and invoke the name of Mortefesi. Pinch the idol of likeness betwixt the thumb and forefinger and whisper to it, "With this idol I bind your suffering. May you eternally wither. May your enemy be bound and tethered to their weaknesses. Be warned of Mortefesi's power, for the divine may ask for a greater sacrifice." Okay, here's the one we've been waiting for. The ritual of Claromancy, where Abigail's son got sacrificed. What are we looking at here? All right, here we go. Let's read about this crazy ritual. Sit around the sacred fire with your fellow squirrels and sparrows, no deer allowed. Cast your mind's eye inward, drink from the cup of fate as it is passed from hand to hand, and sing the chant of the beginning in harmony with your kin. The spirits of the many shall become one. The raven will then approach the sacred fire and look inward into his mind's eye. All must evoke the name of Arawan. That's our evil spirit from the woods. All must invoke the name of Arawan. The raven will see the visage of that which will be offered become clear within the fire, and so shall the raven then name the perfect vessel. Okay, so you all get together, you all say the name of this R1 spirit, and then the raven's going to see which of you is going to become the perfect vessel. This is the chant that you're supposed to do. Chant of the beginning. Our words uttered into the formless void reverberate through the space between space between space. We are heard by that which has many names, so it may lift one heavy, eager eye in our directions. This is R1. We are heard by those who shall always be nameless, whose incorporeal arms reach for us, uniting us in unbodied observance until we are heard no more. So is this R1? This is like the astronomical clock calendar craziness. The epiphany of the divine nature. The first and final word, thus spoke that which has many names unto the raven, primogenitor. I am that. Maybe it's not entered properly. I'm going to have to mess with these. I just don't understand why they're acting up more than normal. I am that which was and which is. I am that which has been and that which shall be again. I am and I am and I am. I am the endless darkness and the light that comes from it. I am the distant stars and the black night they hang in. I am and I am and I am. I am the lightning strike and the tree that it cleaves. I am the spark and the fire that consumes. I am and I am and I am. I am the bridge of light and the land and it stretches over. I am the shifting realm of light and the northern sky. I am and I am and I am. I am the will-o'-the-wisp and the child it leads astray. I am the blue flame at the mast's tip and the sailors below. I am and I am and I am. I am the green ray and the sun disappearing. I am the foxfire and the branch where it grows. I am and I am and I am. I am the luminous tide and the depthless sea. I am the glowing bodies and the cave that they hang from. I am and I am and I am. I am all that will be and will be all that is. And time itself, the endless, the all. I am and I am and I am. Okay, the vow of emptiness. We're almost at the end here. The vow of emptiness. This is the people that are going to become hollow for this weird creature or whatever. You who are empty shall receive me. Lo, though you hunger, hunger not. Lo, though you thirst, thirst not. You who are empty, I shall guide your step. Lo, though you envy, envy not. Lo, though they covet, lo, though you covet, covet not. You are empty, I shall see through your eyes. Lo, though you toil, toil only for me. Lo, though you suffer, suffer only for me. You are empty, I shall be with you and within you. You are empty, you shall want no longer. So this creature hollows you out. You become catatonic. And the creature comes inside you, the spirit creature. Reception of the truth. To receive me is to be complete. To receive me is to be one. To receive me is to know that which has many names. To receive me is to be emptied and made whole. To receive me is to surrender to that which has many names. To receive me is to be made hollow. To receive me is to fear not, for with me there is no fear. To receive me is to accept pure absence. To receive me is to accept nothingness. To receive me is traverse the never-ending maze. Communion of truth. I am the gleaming darkness. I am the dark that gives forth light. Do not despair, for no light that shines will dispel me. To look upon me is to see beyond sight. To commune with me is to live beyond life. And then there is a secret envelope in this book. Maybe it's from Daniel. The litany of many appellations. Appellations is another synonym for name. So this is more about this spirit who has many names. I am that which has many names. I am called Nansunartula, the Revelator, and I am called Happy, the Protector of the Throne. These are all names that we saw in these various rituals. I am called Malhapwena, Breaker of Barriers, Rajin, Master of all Storms, Murmax, who can compel the dead to answer, Serphite, the Arbiter of what has been, Shango, the Thrower of Stones, Beabaram, Parent of all children, Zawatl, the Guardian of the Sun as it sets, Inkershine, Weaver of the Loom of Power, Dianmu, Mother of Lightning. These are all its many names. I am called Shamaresh, who guards the doors of the fifth palace, Barbas, who takes the form of the great lion, Bryphon, tranquil center of the storm, Asagenobi, Nohi, luminous wing, Lorlana, keeper of yearning hearts, Basmasura, the one who burns to ash, Purba, the singing blade of the divine, Sumanas, heat of light and darkness, and Nara, spirit of smoke, Arawan, lord and guide of the other world. So Arawan, Rawan, the spirit from the previous woods. This name specifically means Lord and Guide of the other world. And Ravanat, the Magnifier. Kermira, Master of Illusions. Mortefesi, Liege of Misery. And Viserys, the Bridge of the Requiter. I am all these and many more. I am, and I am, and I am. The litany of many instruments. The number of my sacred instruments is without measure, for I work by means of many hands and many tools. Mine is the blade of grass forged in the wild storm. So it's just a whole bunch of different little instruments. Arrow of light, which forks in all directions. The labyrinth weaver, which traces the holy maze. The peerless bell, whose voice calls all to worship. The fireborn axe, which cleaves the unbeliever. The endless wheel, from which all time unfurls. Dauntless flint, which never fails to spark. Prism of perception, in which the truth refracts. The nameless scythe, which bows what is right, hews what is right. Mine is the unfeeling lash, the scourge of the undone, the ceaseless needle, so fleet it cannot be seen. The bow of ages, bent to the supple arc of time. The adamantine mortar, which grinds all things to dust. We've heard of that before. The bone flute, voice of the countless dead. The cup of fate, from which the divine makes its choice. The devoted hammer, upon which is written the word strength. The ever-turning lathe, which will cease on the day when all is one. The night dark anvil, lost to all but those who seek. The harp of dawn, which sings sweet waking each new day. The awl of the eager hand, doomed to lie without use. The drum of invocation, which beats in the blood of all believers. The ladder of invention, which all are raised up. by which all are raised up, the jeweled bridle, whose reins the true guide holds, empty mirror which hollows all who look upon it, and the spear of storms which calls down the current from the sky. All these are mine, and many more I am that I am that I am. And I think this is our last page here. We've got a picture, looks like a little Escher-like drawing, but it looks like a sort of science fiction-y world. This woman here is looking in the mirror. There's some weird creatures here. Woman's naked. There's some werewolf thing. These people are hiding in the mouth of some amphibious creature. They're standing inside of some smoke building. They're in some weird little ark. The benediction of the divine. What does benediction mean? One of these religious words you hear all the time. I don't know what it means, though. The benediction of the divine. The fate of the doubter is to fall into darkness. The fate of the unbeliever is to be turned to ash. The fate of one who denies that which has many names is to be drained of blood. Well, we don't deny that the many-named creature exists. The fate of one who does not uphold the faith is to be seared by iron. The fate of the betrayer is to be torn into innumerable pieces. Yikes, that's us if we betray this cult. The fate of one who turns away from the path is to be lost forever. The fate of those who fail their brethren is to be flayed by fire. Yikes. The fate of the heretic is to be severed from his spirit and be undone. Such fates are the mercy of the divine, which will not suffer the impure to live. And then we have an end page. Copyright 1897 to 1989, 6th edition. We have another little drawing on the back here, which looks creepy enough. I don't know what's lying down here. It's a little bit of Latin here, or a year, I don't know. And then, of course, we have this envelope, which was hidden in this book. But we're going to take a break. We'll read the envelope when we come back. The chat says some of the Latin in that picture was through us, nothing without us, through us all. These sparrow level people read this book and they still thought this cult is a good idea. I guess it would depend on how much brainwashing they had already encountered. Well, if this evil R1 creature has gotten in them, then, you know, maybe if you someone tries to convince you to worship the devil, you're like, of course not, I'm getting out of this cult. But maybe if you see the devil in the flesh, you're like, all right, well, I guess it's real. I might as well join. Can't fight against it. So maybe once they see this spirit creature gets in them, then they just accept it. I'm shocked they needed this much reading to sign up for this deal. A benediction is Latin for bene, meaning well, and dirce, meaning speak, is a short invocation for divine help, blessing, and guidance, usually at the end of worship service. All right, so you say a benediction asking for divine help, blessing, and guidance. Okay. Let's take our first break. When we come back, we'll open this black envelope and see what it's all about. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, 11:30 p.m. here, Sunday night. 20 viewers, 10 likes. We are an hour and a half into our game. Psyche Lost says, I've been looking up the names of the spirit that the spirit goes by, the spirit of many names. A lot of them are various gods of the dead or demons and vengeful spirits. All right, let's open up this black envelope, which was found in the Radiant Mountain book, and see what it is. What is it going to be? Is it going to be from Daniel, or is it going to be something that's part of this book? It looks like it is something from Daniel, who I am now suspicious of. He says, I've enhanced this ritual for our purposes. I trust in you and only you to perform it well. Place this idol of a raven before you, light the sacred incense, waft the smoke away from you with the back of your hand, and invoke the name of Mortifesi. Peer unwaveringly into the raven's black eyes and whisper, may the righteous triumph over he who walks the untrue path. I don't like where this is going. I thought this guy Daniel wanted our help getting out of the cult and exposing the cult. But we know this ritual, right? Where is that ritual that he's talking about without any explanation? He's like, I trust you, go do this. Where was the one where we're doing this? Which ritual is this? Mortifesi. Okay, so this one you say Frithin. This one you say Mortifesi. Ravenot. Mortifesi. Weaken thy enemy. Okay, he wants us to do this one, to weaken our enemy. Place an idol of the likeness of your enemy before you. Light the sacred incense. Waft the smoke away from you with the back of your hand. Invoke the name of Mortifesi. Pinch the idol likeness betwixt your thumb and forefinger, which is what he says here, and whisper to it, with this idol I bind your suffering, may you eternally wither. He wants us to say, may the righteous triumph over he who walks the untrue path. Then it says, may your enemy be bound and tethered to their weakness. Be warned of Mortifesi's power, for the divine may ask you for a greater sacrifice. This guy wants us to do this thing to hurt the raven who's running this cult, because he thinks this raven is the untrue, is walking the untrue path. I trust in you and only you to perform it well. You do it. Why should I do it? You do it if you're so hot to get rid of this guy. I'm not even a believer. I don't think I'm going to do this. Why should I do this? Why should I put myself in danger for this guy who could be another terrible person? All right, we'll just take this under advisement. I mean, when that witch in the woods was asking me to do the rituals, they were always, they were always to help Isabella and to protect. She was always concerned about our safety. This guy doesn't seem all that concerned about our safety. I guess we should listen to the meditation, and then we'll go to the website and see if we've learned anything to unlock something. Feels like we should, but nothing jumps to mind. All right, let's ascend with joy toward true enlightenment. I'm a little nervous about this one. Get your headphones ready. Here we go. I wonder if it's that this camera's out of focus. Is that maybe during the break I'll have it refocused. We have a message to decode as well. Ah, you're right. We do have a message to decode. Maybe that's going to give us what we need. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, first we will do this. Radiant Mountain. All right, everyone get ready. This could start to get a little scary. Okay, here we go. Feather. Just wanted it to be lowercase. Okay, here we go. Deep breath. Let me get my tea and coffee here. Minutes long.
Hello, listeners, and welcome to the Radiant Mountain Meditation Workshop. This is Rachel, and I will be your guide today. Please light your Radiant Mountain incense.
All right. Well, I definitely didn't want to do the spell, but I do feel like it's kind of like we're being watched while we do this meditation. So I do think we have to follow the instructions for the meditations. So I've just paused it for a second so we can light our incense. This is my new system. I've got a whole box of little gadgets and tricks for our live streaming, and I've now added this new one since there's a lot of fire going on recently in these games we play. Okay, it doesn't feel very stable, I gotta tell you, but I'm not going to keep it lit this whole time, but we'll light it and give it a little bit of is this how you do this? Like, it's a very weird, it feels like it should be on a stick. That would be a lot more stable. It's just sitting here. All right, but I guess I'm just gonna do this briefly. And then I'll put it out so I don't have smoke going this whole time. Is this gonna catch on fire? And am I not gonna be able to put it out? How does this work? Of course that happened. Like what? How is this supposed to catch on fire? Who knows how this works? Oh, I smell it. Oh, I smell it. I smell the incense. All right, we'll give it one more try. I feel like there should be a different way to do this. Like, does it sit there? Does it sit? What if I put like this? I feel like be on a stick. How does this work? Does it just sit there? An incense cone. I don't really get it. Is it supposed to light on fire? I don't really want it to light on fire, to be honest. I certainly... Okay, there it is. It's on fire. You can see it, right? Okay, it's on fire and it's giving off its smoke. You can see it. All right, the whole room is smelling of something. It's actually coming out the hole in the top. Can you see it coming out the hole? This could be made of this drug that they're trying to have people partake of. All right, where's my smoke alarm? Okay, there's a lot of incense in the room now. So I don't think we need this anymore. I'm just gonna close this up, deprive it of oxygen. Got an interesting smell. And we'll just close this up, and that should be that. All right, back to our... We'll use this out to remind us that the room is filled with the smell of incense. Set in the lower section with the narrow tip up. Okay, we got it. It's full of incense smell in here. Here we go. Back to our meditation.
For the next few minutes, put aside all that is stressful in your life and clear your mind. Relax and close your eyes. Remember to take slow, deep breaths. You see the sun rising over the treetops. The spring beside you turns golden in the light. On the far side of the spring, you see a small stream flowing out of it. The water from the stream is different. It is thick and golden like the sun. Like ever-flowing honey, the stream feeds the mountain life with divine light. The stream reveals your path up the mountain. The earth feels cooler beneath your feet. You know in your heart you cannot sleep by the spring forever. Repeat. I am open.
I am open.
I will follow the stream.
I will follow the stream.
I love the path.
I love the path.
Good. Now, you are halfway up the mountainside. You are halfway through your journey. A sparrow flutters overhead. You follow the little bird. You know it knows the way. The sparrow wants to help you. The sparrow loves you. You walk into a clearing surrounded by trees. There's a campfire at the center of the clearing. It is encircled by pitch tents and people sitting and cooking food by the fire. You long to join them. You sit by the fire. The others share their food with you. The others tell you stories. Repeat. I will listen closely to my family.
I will listen closely to my family.
I will share my wisdom with my family.
I will share my wisdom with my family.
We will work together on our journey.
We will work together on our journey.
Good. Now, the sun sets early this day. The shadows are longer and stretch across the campsite. The fire flickers in front of you. You can see shapes take form inside the fire. The fire is dancing just for you. The fire loves you. It wants to tell you something. You lean in towards the fire to listen to what it has to say. You hear the crackling of the shapes inside. Repeat, I will watch my family closely.
I will watch my family closely.
I will make sure they do not wander off the path.
I will make sure they do not wander off the path.
Those who wander must be punished.
Those who wander must be punished.
Good. Now, you are entranced by the fire. You watch the yellows, oranges, and reds coalesce and divide and fuse again to create a blaze of fractal rainbows. It reminds you of the sunrise. It reminds you of beginnings. The colors dance and flicker. They whisper to you and to you only. You hear the fire speak. Each swirl of flame licking at the words. Listen closely. Repeat. I will devote myself to the fire.
I will devote myself to the fire.
Fire is the lightning we tamed.
Fire is the lightning we tamed.
I am ready to let the fire in.
I am ready to let the
Good.
fire in.
Now, look around the campsite. You are sharing food with the others. They are all happy like you. You feel love for them. Your neighbor reaches out a hand and offers you food from the fire. You gladly accept. It is delicious. You taste the warm roast melting into your tongue. You can feel the happiness relaxing your body. This is what life is. Repeat. All will be consumed.
All will be consumed.
All will be set free.
All will be set free.
All will know the truth.
All will know the truth.
Good. Now, look at the fire again. Above it, you see the roast turning round on a spit. The skin crackles and sweats. Your eyes meet the big, dark eyes of the deer you saw by the spring. The eyes are no longer as deep as the universe. The eyes can no longer see. The deer is finally happy. The deer is finally free. It is finally empty. You were once like this deer, wandering and alone. You say goodbye to the deer and sleep soundly by the fire. Repeat. I will share myself with my family.
I will share myself with my family.
I am nourished by the deer.
I am nourished by the deer.
I will only look forward.
I will only look forward.
Good. Now, you wake to a cold sunrise. The fire is burning its last embers. The deer has been shared and consumed. Its eyes are hollow. Its eyes were your eyes. You look around the clearing at all the surrounding trees, wondering which way to go next. You hear singing from one of the trees. You see the sparrow from before. The sparrow is perched on a bough above a path. The sparrow sings to you. The sparrow beckons you to keep going. As you approach, The bird flutters away up the mountain path. Repeat. I cannot refuse the sparrow's voice.
I cannot refuse the sparrow's voice.
My heart sings with the sparrow.
My heart sings with the sparrow.
The music empties me of all that I do not need.
Music empties me of all that I do not need.
I love the emptiness.
I love the emptiness.
Good. Repeat. I have been a bad person. I want to be good.
I want to be good.
I beg the divine to forgive me. Thank you for listening to the Radiant Mountains meditative recording. Have a wonderful, joyous, and productive day.
Creepy. So a couple of things. Obviously, you heard that creature speak at the end. Did anyone catch what it said? I didn't catch what it said, but there are a couple of things in that audio. There was some static at the end that was coming in and out, almost like pulses. But before that, there was some very distinct tapping. And I wrote down what I thought the tapping was. It was like... So, and then there were bigger breaks between these, but I didn't record the bigger breaks. I wonder if Rachel was the friend. But anyway, static on the TV, the forum notes that the forum story did tell us that people heard static on TV. Well, this whole cult is like lightning and energy. But it didn't really feel like Morse code. It was all the same length. We might listen to this again to see if I missed anything, but I guess I recorded the time. No one caught... I'm going to listen to the very end of that again, even though this is very creepy. Can I listen to the audio? Can I go to a specific point in this audio? I'm not sure I can. Like it doesn't have a seek bar.
The deer has been shared and consumed.
There's no easy way to jump. Surely I could view the source of this on a desktop and grab that audio. Let me see if anyone heard anything, though. I think those are answers to the next quiz. They never had 5. I thought the same thing. I thought maybe these are answers to the last thing. Now, I have to admit, the 5s are the ones I wasn't as much sure of. It's possible that these are 4s. But the other thing that threw me is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Normally we have 10 questions, but if we find that we have 12 questions, then for sure those are going to be the answers to them. Or if I got it wrong, if I recorded this wrong. But did anyone catch what this... There's no way. On a tablet, I could easily go and look at the source. But I don't think I can do it on this. Let me just see if I bring up Chrome, if it's any different. Oh, I see. The caps lock was on. That's why it wasn't taking it. So there. Oh yes, I can go ahead. I can zoom ahead on this. Okay. So by tapping
Its
that,
eyes
I
are
can
hollow.
zoom ahead. So let me.
Were your eyes. You look around the clearing at all the surrounding trees,
Again
wondering
and try
which way to go next.
Notes again.
You hear singing from one of the trees. You see the sparrow from before.
Oh no.
No longer see. The fire is burning its last embers. The deer has been shared and consumed. Its eyes are hollow. Its eyes were your eyes. You look around the clearing at all the surrounding trees, wondering which way to go next. You hear singing from one of the trees. You see the sparrow from before. The sparrow is perched on a bough above a path. The sparrow sings to you. The sparrow beckons you to keep going. As you approach, the bird flutters away up the mountain path. Repeat. I cannot refuse the sparrow's voice. My heart sings with the sparrow. The music empties me of all that I do not need. I love the emptiness. Good. Repeat. I have been a bad person. I want to be good. I beg the divine to forgive me.
Very creepy. All right, but I couldn't make out what the thing said, and I couldn't really make out any differences.
Thank you for listening to the Radiant Mountains
tones.
meditative recording. Have a wonderful, joyous, and productive day.
Mostly the same here. This sounds like a distorted version of what she was saying. Well, you might be right. The voice says what she says Logan. To me, it just sounds like it's a distorted version of what she was saying. Okay, Jonathan agrees. Okay. It is very interesting that these numbers that we hear being tapped out are all going from 1 to 5. This isn't a number here. This is just where I started up here. Same thing. 3, 1, 3, 5, 3, 2, 1, 5. So, okay. Let us return to Daniel's message. Remembering that I did not do his ritual. Okay, let's look at this. Let's think through this. He says, you understand my messages, follow my instructions. I assume you know you can trust me. Since you trust me, I trust you. I'm going to tell you something very important, something that I pray you keep to yourself. Do not bring this to the light. Do not bring this to the light. May you find yourself always in the cool comfort of shade, thumbing leaves. So if we just write down the numbers here and we assume that the actual items don't matter, he's saying 16 stone of 16 men, 17 in 169, took from 22 shelves, 32, 22, took 32 codices, and 21 cases, 2 scrolls, each of which contained a dozen illustrations of the 2 sides of light, 8 dimensions in 28 colors, 22 hues of 22 blues, 8 such in lavender richer than 89 flowers, 5 shades of red from the blood of 63 lost souls, 13 young and 49 old. Okay, so this is a 22, right? 169. I took from 22 shelves. Okay, so let us think about what observations we can make here rather than trying to jump to a conclusion. The first thing to notice is we've got some very large numbers, 169. So these clearly aren't just alphabet numbers. Most of them are low, but they go all the way up to 169. The 169 also seems to argue against any kind of book code. Like you might imagine these are codes in a book, like page numbers, but really page numbers, we don't have anything with 169 pages. If you were thinking it might be a book code, you might also want to know how many. Maybe that would help you. Assuming we didn't miss any. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That seems like it might argue against a book code too. You might expect triples for a book code, like page number, whatever. And then another place we probably have a clue is in how he explains it. He says, followed my instructions. It almost looks like he's talking about, like, I assume that you've done this. You could imagine these are letters here, but surely we're not counting to 169. And then he says, something I pray you keep to yourself. Do not bring this to the light. May you find yourself always in the cool comfort of shade, thumbing leaves. That's a very weird thing to say. Do not bring this to the light. That's weird. This is talking about flame and light. And then he says, may you find yourself in the cool comfort of shade, thumbing leaves. That's very weird. It feels like it's a clue. I don't know how to make sense of it. Let me see if the chat has any ideas. The way these numbers are lining up matches some of the dates on the timeline of inventors. They had numbers that were higher than 31. Golding was 11,144. We should look at the illustrations. Would this react to a candle similar to the other puzzles? I don't believe this raven. Well, I could be. You know what? This raven could have special ink on it. Doesn't feel like it, but it is possible. Leaves can be termed for pages of a book. That's a great observation. That is very clever, Jonathan. May you find yourself always in the cool comfort of shade. Umbra is shade. Thumbing leaves. Yes, that is good. That is good. Well, is it possible, like it's possible that the 169 we should say is 169. It's possible this is 1 and 69, that these are two numbers here. That's always a possibility, but then we still have some numbers that are going up to 49 and 89. But this book only goes up to 30. Is there any mention of numbers in this book? What's this? 25. Then it resets, though. Find yourself in the cool comfort of shade, and umbra is shade. Thumbing leaves. So, are there other mention of numbers here? Because we don't have page numbers that go up to anything like 169. Do we have anything else that we could find numbers in? Like 43. We surely have to be able to get up to 43. What about this? This is like an old calendar. Is it possible we could find those numbers here? But what would we do with them if we could? Like, if we could find these numbers going all the way up. Boy, it's hard to read any numbers here, but you can see some numbers you can make out. I don't really feel like they were going up to where we want. There are a total of, the last page number is 30 in this book. It is weird that he's got all these, though. He's got like 25 names. And then here is another 15. Sorry, another 25. 25 and 25 is 50. But these go all the way up to 63, 89. I wonder if thumbing through leave, thumbing through the pages. So the chapters, they just go up to the page number of 130 pages. Is everything double digit? No. Sometimes we have 2. Like these 2s by themselves. Otherwise, you might think, okay, could it be like it's a book code, page, first digit is page code, second digit, but so here's another possibility. I mean, you could say that we're going to unbreak this, like we're always going to use 3 digits, like 166. So first page, 6th line, 6th word, and don't care about the dividing lines. So like you could imagine if we took these numbers and tried to make a book code out of it, you could ask yourself, how many actual digits do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Let me do it again. 2, 4, 6. You see what I'm doing, right? 9, 2, 4, 6. Plus 3 is 9, 11, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 24, 26, 27, 29, 30, 32, 34, 36. We have 36 digits. You could imagine that we use only the first 9 pages, and we're always looking at page number, line number, word number. That would give us 12 triplets. Let's just see. This seems very unlikely, but so 161 would be our first triplet. So first page, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6th line, first word, begin. One, 6, 1 would be begin. We only have to do a couple of these before we figure out that we're wrong. The next triplet would be 617. And the next one would be 169. And the next one would be 223. Let's give this a try. 617. Well, that's a problem, because here is page 6. This is page 5. And this is page 6. So much for that idea. It was a fun idea, though. It was a fun idea. Here's page 8. So 6, 7. Okay, well, that was a fun idea. Kind of felt like that was going to work, to be honest. Surely, thumbing through leaves, in the comfort of shade, thumbing leaves. Surely it is talking about this book. let's go back to this again for a second. Another possibility is it's not these numbers at all. If you just look at the items, stone, men, then just 17 in 169 chalice. Then we got numbers that have no object. 16 stone of 16 men, then just 17 in 169. I don't even know what that means. Oh, what does it mean? Then just 17 in 169. Took from 22 shells. Codices. Stone and men. That doesn't really jump out. Humming leaves. What if we exclude the page illustrations? I don't think that works because then for every page number, we'd have to adjust it, you know, like then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It just seems very unlikely. But I guess we, but then how many pages are we really going to find? It seems very unlikely, but let me try. 1, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, begin, turn. And then we go back to 1, 6, 9. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, which is sacred. Begin, turn, sacred, and then 2, 2, 3. We would skip this and go here, second line, and begin, turn, sacred, and surely not. What about, though, thumbing through leaves? What if it was just that we were supposed to focus on these? 1, 6, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You could take the first line, 6th word, first letter. Seems very unlikely. R, and then the 6th line, first word, 7th letter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. First word, 7th letter. That doesn't work at all. Anyone have any more ideas? I mean, this feels like a pretty neat little puzzle, but it's hard to know how reasonable it is. So it's hard to know how much time we should spend on it. Do not bring this to the light. Let's read this instruction here again, because he does say, I assume you followed my instructions. So it could be that some of these are affected by heat. Could it be? This feels like it gives off some heat. Not really. Let me read the instructions here. Place the idol of a raven before you, light the sacred incense, waft the smoke away from you. This, you're not even supposed to put fire near this. You just light the incense. Do you see something in here? I think it's just the texture of the paper. Peer unwaveringly into the raven's black eyes. I'm guessing you have come this far. You have followed my instructions. I assume you know you can trust me. I mean, try bringing this near fire. I really don't think so. I feel like I can feel when it's the heat sensitive ink. So, what is he talking about? I'll tell you something important, something I pray you keep to yourself. Do not bring this to the light. Comfort of shade, thumbing the leaf. That's surely talking about this book. You don't think there's... You know, there's something that looks a little bit like Morse code here. Is it my imagination? I mean, it's really, I mean, it kind of looks like Morse code, but this is like where you're going into conspiracy theories. Like, they're not like set lengths. These look like dots, but then this, like, look at this long line here. Doesn't really work. But it is weird. If I go this way, I don't see anything. I go this way. It's very weird, don't you think? Like, how do you get those dots by accident? But I'm not sure. What are we supposed to do here? These are... Like, it doesn't really... The dots look like Morse code, but these dashes, not really. We thumb through. I was thinking, can we find black light on here somehow revealing anything? Not really. I mean, we can look at the hints, but aren't leaves grouping of pages with the same fold? It's true. There is a technical term for binding paper that talks about leaves, and you sort of can almost see it here. If you look closely, you can see there are like groups of pages. Can you see here? It's like 1, 2, 3, 4 groupings. So you're like folding the pages together, and then you stack them on top of each other and binding it. But you could be like, I don't know how you would identify what a leaf was. That may be reading too much into it. All right, let's do it differently. Let's do our observations again. Anything else you observe about those numbers? It is a bit of a coincidence. It feels like that there are 36 digits evenly divided by 3. But I guess it's not that unusual. 16, 16, 17. all of his passcodes we were able to figure out. Not bring this to the light. Not bring this to the light. We're not even supposed to have this black light, so is it possible it has to do with this thing? You really see the colors now. Whoa, look at that. Look at how the black light. I put new batteries in. Look at those colors now. They're so strong now. Crazy. Did we ever figure out the other password for the survivor site? No, we haven't. Maybe that's a good idea, though, that we should stop trying to solve this and try to figure out passwords. And we'll come back to this. Okay, let's, in fact, he could even be talking about something on the website, I suppose. But let's go to the website of the people. Where is our... Why is it gone? Why is it gone? Why should we have to do it again? I don't understand that. That's really annoying. How is that even possible? All right, somehow we've lost our page. All right, I gotta just relax. Just relax. I just don't understand how we lost this page. Like, what could cause this page to close? How about you bookmark it and stop going away? All right, let me not go on tilt. Got both browsers and somehow this page gets closed. It's probably because we clicked on something. All right, so we went on Survivor Stories. There's his post. We figured out what he was doing here about the Claromantic ritual. We haven't even talked about how that meditation story she gave us sounds like they might be eating people. Like, do they empty this person's mind out and then they eat the people? Okay, we went in news and media and we clicked on here. We knew the true name. And because of that, we got into this video using his real name. It's locked up again. But then these don't give us any clue to what the passwords would be. Local news won't acknowledge of us. People of interest, connection to these stores. None of these give us even any clue about what the password would be. But then under investigations, None of these tell us what the hint about the password. But when we go here, we get told, check out, remember, Radiant Meat is propaganda. Put their energy to use, blank the divine power. Feels like we should know this. Feels like we should be able to know the answer to this. Why don't we? Propaganda. Maybe this is on the website and we overlooked it. This should be a quote that says, put their energy to good use. Like the divine power. I don't remember reading that. Does anyone? And it feels like this would not be what you would call propaganda. Like the brochure would be what you, from chapter 1, would be something you would call propaganda. And the website would be propaganda. Put their energy to good use, divine power. I mean, we looked through this before. Sort of spinning our wheels here in different directions, too. Like we already did this, looking for this. I thought we were surely going to get this password in today's box. We have to reread every single thing looking for this sentence. Surely, if we read that sentence, one of us would have realized we were reading it. Surely. If not, this channel should just close up shop. If we actually read that sentence, and no one noted it, including me, that would be, oh, we should just close the whole business. Said propaganda. That would let you think that it was either on the website or in the brochure. It would make more sense that we would decode this code and it would get us some information. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back in 8 minutes and figure out what to do. All right, down to 10 viewers. I want to try a couple of things and then we'll go to the hints and see what we can learn. A couple of thoughts. We did find what ritual this was. It really feels like we're being told that this code, which I've now lost here, that this code is clearly from this book. Clearly from this book. Anyway, this code is clearly from the Shadow book. Always in the cool comfort of shade. Capitalized. Thumbing leaves. Thumbing leaves. Thumbing leaves. Thumbing leaves. Turning pages. This really feels like this code is a book code of some sort. One thing did cross my mind. Is it possible? He said, if you follow my instructions, is it possible we found out what spell this was? It was to weaken thy enemy. So if it's not, but thumbing, surely we should be going for, like we were saying, if we take these triplets to be like page number, line number, word number, but the alternative is it could be line, word, character, line, word, character, line, word, character, line, word, character. Is it possible that it's all within this spell? First line, sixth word, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. First letter would be O. Sixth line, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. First word, 7. No, that doesn't work. It's so clear it's got to be in this book. Let's just leaf through this book and see if anything jumps out at us. Like he says, 16 stone of 16 men. So if we saw any stone, men, or leaves that were thumbing. I mean, here is the raven. Okay, well, it's sort of a shame because it feels like it feels like it might be a fun little code. How about guides or invokes the divine power? Okay, so you want to guess at that password on the forum. That was the other thing that I kind of thought we might do as well. So on this page, it really, really feels like we're supposed to find this phrase. But you could say, can we guess this? Can we guess this? Put their energy to use, blank the divine power. So we didn't try guesses, but I think we should. Let's try some more guesses. So let me guess the one about the raven is supposed to channel the divine power. No. So it wasn't channel. Okay. And we tried blank the divine power. Something is a name with the divine power. I was just about to check the list of gods, see if a name is with the divine power. Put their energy to use, blank the divine power. I suppose we could look at the names and see if any jumps out as being something the divine power. No, well, it feels like we're just missing something here. Put their energy to good use. I was thinking that one thing from that creepy meditation is it seems like they're eating them or maybe consume the divine power. You know, you'd think this thing would know that the password didn't work, so obviously I don't want you to save it. So consume didn't work. Could say free the divine power. Guys, how do I make you go away for my entire life in the never again? How about that? I really dislike this guessing. Okay, that means we have to go to the hints. When I'm getting angry at guessing, that means I've had enough. Okay, so we're going to go and put in the password to episode 3 of The Mountain. Okay, and we had this before where it's broken, but what we did was we guessed that episode 1 worked. Ooh, episode 1 doesn't work anymore. So what did we do? I know what we did. We didn't do it that way. We went to the woods. That did work. So I went up and edited the URL to be the mountain recount. And here we are. Okay, and the password for this episode is SPRW for Sparrow 3904. I just want you to go away forever. Okay, letter from Daniel hint. The phrase, the cool comfort of shade, thumbing leaves, is a hint for how to decipher the letters hidden code. I think we figured that out right, but we don't know the details. Note from the Raven has a hint. I don't think we noticed anything in here. Let's look at this again for the hint. It says, I already sit beneath the gilded oak. I dream of walking the path again. Your song will reach the sleeping fawns. Blessed by the spirit of smoke, fly here as one who calls down the current from the sky, soar across the bridge of requital upon luminous wing. Sound the drum of invocation. You could imagine that all of these things could be assigned numbers, because like in our list of these people, like they all have names. So every time he mentions something, someone, we could give it a number. Don't know how that would help us though. I guess, well, let's pause for a second. Let's observe something. These names, like each person, each god, each spirit has a number. And the numbers go up to 25. In other words, 26 letters of the alphabet. And each of these go from 1 to 25. Instruments from 1 to 25. So for example, if I wanted to code the word you or ABC, I could mention this person, this person, this person. That would be letter 1, letter 2, letter 3, ABC. So I wonder if we might be able to get a sequence of letters. I don't know why this guy would be giving us a sequence of letters. But notice that we've got italics. Some will reach sleeping forms, bringing the truth which cleaves the unbeliever. Do we have someone that cleaves the unbeliever? Guards takes the form. I really thought we were going to. These are items. Do we have something here that cleaves the unbeliever? The fireborn axe, which cleaves the unbeliever, is 5. Which is axe. Okay. Interesting. What's his next italic? Cleaves the unbeliever. Then the adamantine mortar. And mortar and ground to dust. I mean, it would be nice to just do enough of this so we know we're on the right track. The adamantine mortar, which grinds all things to dust. That's 14. Fifth letter is an E. What's our 14th letter? J, K, L, M, N. Okay, what's next? Cleaves, unbeliever, mortar ground to dust, keeper of yearning hearts, blessed by the spirit of smoke. Now we're in spirit of smoke. Keeper of the morning hearts, that was 17. No, 16. Boy. 16 is keeper of hearts and 20 is smoke. Let me just make sure I didn't off by 1 here. Of course I did go off by 1. E, L, J, K, L. Sometimes I swear to God, I can't take it. KLM plus 3. All right, we're gonna go to the hint very soon. Feel like I'm at my limit of making mistakes. 16 is a P. I swear to good God. Okay. EMP. Sure, it seems like he might be saying empty here. And maybe empty is the answer to that forum post. Keeper of Yearning Hearts, blessed by the Spirit of Smoke. Okay, that was our EMP. And then next is Bridge the Requiter. Bridge of the Requiter. Luminous Wings. Invocation. Okay. You don't think we did the recap, huh? All right, we can do the recap then after I do this. We're looking for T, actually, if we're right. T is 20. So, not... Oh, we already did that. That's empty. So this is obviously the solution. We are getting each letter for each thing he did. So Y is next. Y is 25. Bridge the Requiter. That's our Y. Okay. Bridge the Requiter, Luminous Wings. So is this going to be an F for empty faces or empty something? It's not empty faces. What is it then? Luminous Wings and Drums of Invocation. So we're looking for Luminous Wing. Okay, Luminous Wing is 15. Drums of Invocation. Drums of Invocation is 21. 15 and 21 is O, U. Empty out. I think this might end up being the password for the forum. Drums of Invocation, which beats in the blood of all believers, is that which beats in the blood of all believers. That's a full word. For the truth is lost to all but those who seek, and he of the light in the darkness. Lost to those. I think this is going to be a T, which is a 20. No. Okay. Empty hour. I suppose I don't need to keep doing this, do I? This is what we said we weren't going to do. We're just going to jump to the note from the Raven. Some of the phrases also appear in the vertical Codex Umbra. Decode a secret message. Okay, we've already figured out how to decode it, so let's do the reveal. Each italicized phrase corresponds to either the litany of many appellations or the litany of many instruments, which I've figured out. The phrases are numbered. Each number goes as a letter. Figure that out. So the end point is empty yourself. Oh, there's two U's. Empty yourself. Okay, well, we almost finished decoding it. Empty yourself. Well, that's surely not the answer to the puzzle. It's just for fun. Okay, the meditation card, this is just a URL, right? Listen carefully for any unusual white noise. Well, we heard the tapping. I wonder if this is going to tell us what it means. All right, well, let's look at our letter from Daniel, since that's the one we really care about. The phrase, the cool comfort of shade, thumbing leaves, is a hint for how to decipher. Yes, we figured out it's the book. Okay, so let's see what it says now. The phrase, the cool comfort of the shade, thumbing leaves, points to the pages of the Umbra. We figured that out. The code is a book cipher. That's what we guessed, but we couldn't make it work. Each subsequent phrase, the first number is a page, the second number is a word. 16 stone of 16 men is instruction to go to page 16 and look at the 16th word on that page. But okay, but what about the page number problem? When the book cipher is solved, the 16th page, the 16th word, you mean there's no line number specified? And then I wonder if it's broken into twos then. I wonder if it's saying like, just look at the digits and go 16th page, 16th word, 17th page, 16th word. That doesn't make sense. 16th page, 17th word, 17th page, 169th word. That's what they really want me to count, the 169th word. 22 page, 32nd word, 21st page. So we just need to have the every other one be under 30 pages. So 8th page, 89th word, 5th page, 63rd word, 13th page, 49th word. Okay. Well, I don't like that. I don't like that. That's not normally a book code. Normally sends you to a line, so you don't have to count 169 entries. All right. Well, we solved it essentially. We solved that it was a book code. We just didn't agree with this ridiculous book code. All right. So if we do that, the phrase reads, one more. The first of each I offer reflected affection. This phrase will lead to another digital element. One more, the first of each I offer reflected affection. One more, the first of each. So I wonder if he's saying like the first letter of each read reverse IETR FOP. P U T W W H O T R T M W A E B. What would it sounds like he's saying the first of each word or something. One more. The first of each reflected. One more. The first of each reflected affection. One more. It just seems like it's saying like here's one more URL or something. The first of each reflected affection. Is that telling us what? Is there an affection thing, or is he talking about Captivator is on affection? Is he talking about no? Captivator of affection. Light the sacred incense and waft the smoke toward your spirit. But then what would be reflected? They could either mean you turn the A's to Z's, or we could be going the first of each line. LWMTPAGD, or the first of each word. And reflect it. Does that mean we reflect it in the alphabet? Now let's try two things, and if it doesn't work, we will look it up. So if it's the first letter of each word on the first line, we get L, T, S, I, A, W, T, S, T, Y, S. And if it's the first word of each line, light with mind the Purba and grain divine beloved. That doesn't make sense, but if it's the first letter of each, L, W, M, T, P, A, G, D, B, and then if we're reflecting it, then we would use something like this. In other words, if it's an at bash, L is 12, 12 mapped to an O. T is 20, 20 maps to a G. S is 19, 19 maps to an H. This does not seem right. I is 9, 9 maps to an R. Okay, let's try this other one. L is 12, 12 maps to an O. 23 maps to a D. M is 13. 13 matches, and this doesn't seem right either. Okay. Okay, guys, you got me. You got me. The first of each refers to the first letter of each word that follows. You mean when he was writing to us, He's talking about the first, each word that follows, spelling Iora. What? Come on, guys. Come on. You can't possibly expect me to try to guess your letters and think that I've gotten the right answer when I get IORA. That's ridiculous. And what are they talking about? The first of each refers to the first letter of each word that follows. And when you say follows, you mean what? Follows this? That is DIDH. I don't understand. What are you talking about? This message is this book code that gives us a phrase that says one more, the first of each I offer reflected affections. The first of each refers to the first letter of each word that follows. What the fuck are you talking about? What is this insanity? Oh, you think it's saying one more, the first of each, and then from here, I offer reflected affection. IORA. That's ridiculous. That is insanity. This is like the opposite of everything I say. I talk about how when you have to when you solve a puzzle, you have to know that it is the answer. It has to jump out and be clear that you've got the right answer, rather than just be one of many plausible alternatives. This is like 10 times worse. This is like, not only is it not going to jump out when you get IORA, not only is this not going to jump out as being the answer, this is going to jump out as being clearly not the answer. Like if I was sitting with someone and they said, oh yeah, it's probably the first letter of each of these, and the answer is IORA, I would say, of course that's wrong. It's a good guess, but IORA means nothing. You can't do that, guys. You can't do that. You can't make one, I mean, this is, you could think that there's many possible things that the person could be looking at, but you can't have it that when they figure out your answer, it doesn't look right. That's so insane. That's like the biggest sin you could possibly commit, is make a puzzle so that when the person guesses the answer, they're convinced they're wrong because it makes no sense. You have to spell out a reasonable word so that when the person guesses it, they're like, yeah, that makes sense. That's a word. Oh my God, guys. Not only that, even if this was a word, how would we know what to do with that word? This is saying we should just guess to open up a page on the website with this word? Come on, guys. That's so unreasonable. Why would you do this to your game? Why would you put so much good effort into making such amazing story and prompts and then do this to your game? Unless, I mean, I guess this all makes sense if we treat these puzzles as things that are meant to take hundreds of people months to solve by just trying everything under the sun. Every day you try 30 new things, and then finally you figure one makes it work and shares with everyone. But that is just insanity. All right. Well, that's why we should be going to hint sooner. Radiant Mountain life.life/IORA. Ridiculous. And this is our final quiz. This isn't even something that gives us information. This is where we go to do our final quiz. Why is that hidden? Oh boy. This is the one URL that should just be given to us. When you're ready to take the quiz, go here. That's insanity. All right. So, all right, let's go back to the recap and that's just for giving us final quiz. Okay. The tap noises. Here we go. So we did this. We figured out this. Now, meditation card says listen for white noise, but the white noise I wrote off because there was a couple static white noise, but what about the actual taps? The tapping is part of a tap code. So it was like Morse code, but it's some code that's like Morse code, except no one has ever heard of it. Tap code, not in this code book. I mean, and this one is so wonderful that it doesn't even have an index. I guess it would be like Morse code. Maybe if you searched for similar to Morse code, you would learn about tap codes. Doesn't matter. Somewhere on the web is a description about tap code. John says, to be fair, someone did suggest tap code. 5x5 grid, first number is row, second is column, tap code. Okay, well, we could look it up, but it's like Morse code. It's just you're only using taps. Okay. Regardless, it's just a little fun thing. So oddly, we have no way to access the hidden forum, at least not described here. And we were wrong about the tap code, hopefully being answers to the thing. The tap code was for prisoners on pipes in lockup the last time we did it in a different game. Interesting. Okay, well, I mean, that makes sense. I'm not fighting on that one. I just don't like, I don't love it, but all right. So let's go to our survey. I guess we're all, can we check recap too? Sure. So we're going to have to go in and do it manually because we know the website doesn't work. You think we didn't do this, huh? Box 2. Box 2 had password NWDR 5487. No, because there's other stuff in this broken edit box, of course. NWDR 5487. Go to hell. No. Oh, now we're in the woods. Okay. Please go away. What? Where is the box that says stop? Okay. Let's see. Let's just do the reveals because we think we figured it all out. The barcode says unmake the world. We figured that out. News and media. The true name of Thomas is Heath. Page this document, read it word by word, close attention to any dates mentioned in the text. To make sense of the encoded message, pay attention to any words in the note. Once you have gotten all the hidden information, use the decoded message to solve the final puzzle. The dates associated with the glorious paragons may be unassuming at first. However, on page 19, they begin to change to impossible months and days. In each date with a month, day, and year, the first two numbers are part of a code. The code is a book cipher. So you were right, obviously, that we never did this. So I think someone pointed out these were starting to be impossible. 11, 144, 9, 8. So we think this might be so it's suggesting this is a code that we didn't pay attention to. Then we would count the 145th word. Okay, I was never going to do that. So let's keep going and read what the actual message was. The raven is not eternal and will be unmade without face. Will be unmade without face. I will help with all my 6 senses put forward. It's a shift cycle. We did figure that out. Harp of the Dawn is the decoded message. This is one of the answers to the sparrow. We did that. So the only thing we didn't do is this book code, which gives us a message. The raven is not eternal and will be unmade without face, whatever that means. Unfortunately, it didn't give us a way to get into the perhaps if we had known that book code, actually, we would have solved this book code, but it doesn't matter. It's okay. But we still don't have any way to get into that locked forum, which seems like maybe before we answer the quiz, we should... I think what happens is it just closes up the other pages. What if we go to the third party game, and we go to empty faces, the mountain. Is it possible one of these knows how to get into the forum and we just overlooked it? Survivor's website, box 2. The answers. Thomas with the world. Page 16, it says Heath. Okay. That's fine. So box 2, there's no way to get into the other forum post. Box 3, which we're doing now. Incense burner, incense cone. Radiant mount. It doesn't seem like we're supposed to be able to get into that forum post yet. Okay, let's not worry about it. Let's go see if we can answer our quiz. Scroll survey. I really dislike not being given some guidance about when we're supposed to unlock that. Do not attempt until we're ready. Okay, we're ready. If we're wrong, we'll take it again. What is a squirrel's duty? To shelter the divinity from harm, to safeguard the sacred rituals, or to question the brethren. Well, we know it's not D. But it feels like they were supposed to gather. Let me just reread what the official thing is. Gathering all it can to provide sustenance and sanctuary. It gains the greatest reward, which is to serve the raven directly. It is privy. The squirrel guides the sparrow. So it doesn't gather and devour seeds of truth, shelter the divine from harm, or safeguard the sacred rituals of the faith. Would you say B? Safeguard the sacred rituals, or shelter the divine. I guess he's supposed to protects the family. Kind of a little. It's the protector of truth. Show your undying devotion. Undergo a hollowing. Look upon himself reflected in the empty mirror. You will see pieces of the truth. You must withstand the peril. Okay, no one's answering me or helping, so we're just going to say shelter the divine from harm. When you dream, what do you dream of? I don't know. What do you find solace in? Guess if we're a squirrel, I guess we should be thinking about what the squirrel is. Maybe one of these people tell us these answers. If we're the squirrel. Okay. I don't know. I remember this one, trading praise for purchase. Where is that from? I definitely remember trading praise for purchase. That's the Song of the Sparrow. What do you see when you close your eyes and still your mind? Elaine was saying these are hard. I think this is the first one that we've gotten that is just incredibly hard. What is the truth you can never speak? I remember something about this, but who knows? These are clearly going to be wrong, and then we're just going to read the answers. What is the weakness? It's so shocking how many of these I have no idea. The name by which you invoke that has many names. I mean, these are all things in our book. Is it that one of these is wrong? That all of these are wrong, but breaker of barriers, or they're all right, but only one of these. Prifnal is the tranquil. All right, so these are all correct on the tablet. It's just one of these is ours. Is this the one that he wanted us to do? No. It doesn't matter what I put here because as long as I've already gotten one wrong, it's going to say you're no good. Okay, I give up. I'm going to check in with the chat, try not to get angry. We had 10-page word pairs for the book code. Are those 10 pages the 10 pages the questions could be from? It's an interesting idea, but I just don't know. Here are the answers. What is a squirrel's duty? Safeguard the sacred rituals. What do you dream of? What has been? I don't, it doesn't say where these are supposed to be from. See, I'm just going to write these down. I am feeling like I am fully on tilt here. CAD, CBA, DBCB, DBCB. The last quiz we took, we answered them all from our minds, and then there was one wrong, and I knew exactly how to fix it. This one, I have no idea where any of these are coming from. And it's making me feel like, well, it's making me very unhappy and frustrated, but this just seems like if I can't imagine I cannot imagine retaking this quiz over and over and over again, trying to get, not being told which ones are wrong. Just trying to figure out which one we got wrong. What? This is a bug. I don't think it matters. I think it means we got it all right and we're ready to move on to the next box. It just means you're done, you finished it, you got it right. And it's a little bit broken. All right, so apparently we finished this box. It's probably not the case. It would make some sense to me if each page you had to find the word on had the info for one of the questions, like they assume you absorb the info looking for the word. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. I mean, I suppose we could figure it out just by the first one. So the first one was 1616. What's the squirrel's duty? So the 16th page is here. So it's not the squirrel page. What's a squirrel's duty? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I don't even think that's right. Okay, I gotta stop. Let's take a break. Okay. Clearly, my frustration was very high at the end of that box. It's always probably a combination of things, but the story is so good that I get invested in wanting to solve the puzzles, and then it just starts snowballing. And I think it's partly that, like, I'm on, like, the pacing of the story I want to continue. So it's that feeling of confinement and frustration, like the puzzles are stopping me from enjoying the story, and that gets frustrating. So I thought we might, instead of playing our traditional 2 boxes a day, I thought, well, it's been almost 4 hours playing this single box. Maybe we should call it a night. But we've got an interesting situation here where Jonathan, who's left early after 1 box per night, is up for playing the next box. So we're going to try it. We're going to reset, and we're going to try to follow Anna's advice here about going to the hints earlier. So let's try to do our best to keep things organized. Now, no, we're going to play this box. Because we've got so many of these games to get through, and I like the idea of playing Finale by itself, so I think it does make sense to try to do 2 boxes a night. And we'll see what happens. Now, one thing that's interesting to note is this guy, Daniel. Let's try to reset back into story. This guy, Daniel, who I thought wanted to help getting out of the cult, looks like he's trying to overthrow this cult from within. And we think he actually is a heretic, forming this splinter group, trying to overthrow the Raven. He sent us this note, and he's like, oh yeah, go ahead and do this ritual. It's not even like, please. He's not saying you're at risk. He's saying, go ahead and do this ritual. And we looked up the ritual, which has to do with weaken enemies. And it says, as a side effect, this demon may come after you. So we decided not to do this. Like, we are we're already at substantial risk infiltrating this cult. I'm not going to go doing rituals against this monster spirit just so this guy can take over the cult. If he wants to take over the cult, he can do it on his own. So we are going to go put away box number 3, and we are going to open up box 4. We will keep this nearby. Surely we're going to have more use of this. In fact, maybe I'll just leave this book and this book on the table. Imagine you go over to someone's house and you see this on the shelf. You're like, I got to go home. I got to take an early break. All right, here we go. Fully reset. It is an 8-minute break. Does help you reset, but the only question is, how fast does the frustration come back? All right, box 4, here we go. Box 4 of 5. Now Elaine says there are some creepy stuff. There's creepy stuff in box 4, so you might want to wait until more people can join, but I think that's how we're going to have to do these sessions. We're just going to have to play through them. You can catch up if you missed it live. Join us for the finale. Okay, we have done the recap of box 3, so we know that we've seen everything. All right, what have we got here? We've got someone's creepy Charlotte Thomas's, the daughter's form that is made public. We've got a poster, help Radiant Mountain thrive and prosper. put their energy to good use, amplify the divine power. Put their energy to good use, amplify the divine power. That's the password for the forum. And look at this weird thing. There's an arrow through the sparrow, through the raven. Maybe, maybe not. Raven on a TV. Help Radiant Mountain thrive and prosper. There's the static on the TV in some weird patterns, but I'm not sure there's anything to be decoded. But it's a poster. Help Radiant Mountain thrive and prosper. Okay, so now we know amplify is the answer to one of our mystery forum posts. Amplify. So we will be able to read that forum post. Elaine says she also didn't perform the ritual that Daniel requested. There is a deer in the static. I'm going to lock in. Anna says, seems like that guy is playing us. Okay, so what we have here is a divination ritual using a deck of cards. It's a whole set of rules for playing this card game, it seems. Here's a letter. Let's start with that, then we'll look at these other items. Dear Kin, this is again from Squirrel Daniel, which I guess we're a squirrel now too. Congratulations on becoming my peer in this outdated and maybe even blasphemous hierarchy. Blasphemous? Yes. The old tales tell of a world where all creatures shared in the knowledge of the universe. That knowledge was taken away. There are those in this world who would try to convince you that something terrible forced all the creatures to hide their true names, and in doing so, their true knowledge and power became hidden to them. But those same people claim this was done for survival. But really, it was done out of fear. The great power that descended on our world was not evil. Evil is in the eye of the beholder, and as such, there is nothing inherently evil in existence. Only things deemed such through the condemnation of those who claim authority in such matters. But who can say such things with absolute righteousness? Who can claim that authority through some divine verdict or natural transcendence? No one. That authority is arbitrary. But the authority given by its sheer magnitude to the great power is no arbitrary designation. That is true power, true authority. Those creatures that had given themselves over to the great power were emptied of their anxiety, their fear, their weakness. They were filled with the power that was offered them. They were made better and more complete examples of themselves, with no frivolous flaws to encumber them. This guy seems like he's dangerous too to me. As a scholar in these things, I can confidently say that what Radiant Mountain needs more than anything is the communal dissemination of knowledge. Everyone has a true name, and if we are to be refilled in glory, everyone must know their true name. This guy's dangerous too. He is a true believer. In keeping with this ideal, I would like to thank you in advance for the successful completion of your assignment. There's a little more to it than last time, but you'll do well. You have done well. I'm already beginning to notice the fruits of your labor. I don't know if you're aware, but you have powers in you that some of the other people here would envy. Fortunately for you, you're on the right side of history in this. Just take a look at my daughter's journal. I think she makes it so eloquently clear that the writing is on the wall for the heathens. Be strong and stay with us. Our powers grow together. Sincerely, Squirrel Daniel T. P.S. After the break, we'll reach the next stepping stone. P.S. What is Dillis after the break will reach the next stepping stone. Who's Dillis? Okay. So he said read his daughter's chronicle. Charlotte Thomas, who's a deer, has done all these weird symbols, which we've seen some of them, like in our previous game. What does she write? I have to confess something that's been weighing on my spirit for a long time. When I heard Alexander's name, that's her brother, called at the ritual of Claromancy, I was so excited my baby brother had been selected for... I think they're going to kill and eat this person. Like they ate that deer. That was very creepy. She says, ever since he left us, as I've watched my mother grieve in secret and seen my dad try not to blame himself, I've struggled to understand how such a sacred honor could cause so much pain. I was raised to welcome the divine into my heart and to trust in the true path, but for the first time in my life, I've been grappling with my beliefs. Even worse, I've had to endure this uncertainty alone because the faith I've loved all my life forbids us from voicing our doubts. Even though Raven Welgrim III compels us to share our innermost thoughts with the whole family, we all know what would happen if we really spoke our minds. Every day I look around me and think, look how happy everyone is. They can't possibly feel the way I do. And yet, when I talk with my friends and elders, I can tell they're suffering, too. Only none of us are brave enough to admit it. For a long time, I was full of despair. I don't know how to free myself. I didn't know how to free myself from the doubt and anxiety crowding my mind. I was afraid I would spend the rest of my life putting on a happy face, while inside I was failing everyone, my parents, my mother, my family, the divine, my parents, my brother, my family, the divine. But thankfully, my dad is braver than I knew how to be, and he's been speaking out about the untrue teachings that have been poisoning our faith. He's doing what the Raven should have been doing all along, guiding a lost child back to the truth. He showed me that my doubt didn't come from any fault in my faith, but from the failing of the one who's supposed to guide our worship. Thanks to my dad, I can see now that there are better, more righteous paths to the truth we all seek. That's what a true leader should do. He's the kind of Raven we deserve. It's terrifying to write this, knowing it will be posted where everyone I love will be able to read it. But I refuse to accept that my parents and I are the only ones who've suffered, who've struggled against teachings we knew in our hearts were wrong. I truly believe I can't be the only person who's wished things could change, but who's been too afraid to take that first step. So I'm asking you now, show me I'm not alone. Show me my dad and I aren't the only ones who have the courage to forge a new future for the Radiant Mountain. Leave your mark of truth below if you agree. P.S. Pay attention to my words. Though we each start from the beginning, we find our meaning in our relationships to one another. Alone we are insignificant, but together we can prove our loyalty to the divine. And look, everyone has put their mark, their little secret name or whatever their little mark is. That's very creepy, but a lot of people in this cult agree with her. Now, it sounds like this last part is about a code, doesn't it? Pay attention to my words. Though we each start from the beginning, we find our meaning in our relationships to one another. So I wonder if it's like a code of like the difference between the I and the H is a 1 and the E and the T and then the C and the, something like that. The C and the S. S and the T. I don't know, but we're not going to try to decode it because that way leads to frustration. But clearly she's talking about a code here, right? We find our meaning in our relationships to one another. You should start from the beginning. Maybe it's just a one difference might be an A, and then WI difference, and then the EW difference, and then the FA difference. Like maybe you spell a word out with that, something like that. Okay. So Charlotte is joining her father. Now let's look at what else we have. We had the poster. We saw that already. Jonathan says, if you draw a lines connecting signatures with the same last letters for same last name, not exactly sure what you're saying to do, but let's not worry about it for now. Divination ritual. Discover the truth about themselves and their purpose. Use the Radiant Mountain deck. Okay, we'll wait until we see a Radiant Mountain deck. West Virginia student claims to have witnessed satanic murder. Whoa. Cooper's Rock, West Virginia. A local journalism student claimed he witnessed the ritualistic killing of Ellen Young, a 23-year-old woman who has been reported missing for 2 months. According to the student's statement to police yesterday evening, he discovered a group of people living on the edge of Cooper's Rock State Forest. He told officials he noticed the group acting demonically, followed them into the woods at about 12:30 a.m., June 22nd, where he witnessed the purported satanic ritual. He said that they had tied a young woman to a tree, and then a man approached the tree and spoke a few words before gutting her with a knife. Whoa. The student believes that the woman is missing person Ellen Young, though there is no evidence to confirm this. When officials searched the park, there was no body, no blood, or signs of a struggle. Detective Cruz, the leading officer on the missing persons case, stated that with inventions like the television, it's no wonder our youth dream up such fantastic stories. This police officer could be part of this cult for all we know. There are some like damages to some of these letters. I wonder if that means anything. Like D, H, but maybe it's just grime on the paper. That's creepy. Here's another article. Missing journalist baffles law enforcement officers. Charleston, West Virginia. Charleston journalist Edgar Durand has been missing for several weeks, according to law enforcement officials. Durand was last seen leaving his office in Charleston June 20th at approximately 8 p.m., according to his co-worker Helen Brightwell. Brightwell stated that Durand mentioned a group of people he had been following for almost 4 decades. When questioned, Brightwell knew very little about the group Durand talked about, but stated it sounded like something out of Children of the Corn. It's a Stephen King book. She told officials Durand had plans to visit Cooper's Rock State Forest the Monday night he disappeared. Police and volunteer search parties scoured the park for weeks, but there was no sign of him or any clues as to his whereabouts. There's no sign of a struggle, an officer from Charleston PD stated. There's nothing as of yet that would indicate that a crime happened here. However, when police searched Duran's home, they found his journal and several other documents showing Duran's obsession with an elusive group of people, as well as a few other strange conspiracy theories. Many of Duran's colleagues have expressed doubts about his mental state. It all sounded like a conspiracy to me, Brightwell told reporters. It's more likely he got himself lost chasing a ghost story and ended up in a ditch somewhere. You don't think this is the guy who posted about the conspiracy video, do you? Let's see. We know how to get into this password now. I'm going to look at that in a second. I just want to look at the news and media. This is this guy. Just want to. Okay, guys. This was this video. Okay, I just thought it might be by this news guy. All right, let's put this aside. Anything on the back? No. Let's go into the one we just got the password for. This is from the poster, and it's Amplify. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it's these videos. The one in caps? Amplify? What's happening here? Put their energy to good use, blank the divine power. And then this says, put the energy to good use, amplify the divine power. So if I click these videos, clearly the answer has to be AMPLIFY. Lowercase AMPLIFY. Well, what do you make of that? Any thoughts? Is that because this is from the Heretic group and it's not the official slogan? Pretty weird. It seems like pretty clear that it should be this. Okay, let me just explain. It just worked. Now let me explain why it worked. That's why. What Elaine just said. I typed in lowercase amplify, it didn't work. I typed in uppercase amplify. It didn't work. I typed in capital A MPLFY and it worked. That's not how you design a good puzzle. That's how you make a lot of people angry. But you didn't get me this time. All right. Ritual part 1, part 2, part 3. Wow. Okay, here we go. We got some videos to watch. And we're going to watch them full screen together with audio. That's kind of insane, that password. But here we go. Everyone settled in with their coffee and popcorn? Okay, here we go. Let's bookmark this in case we need to come back.
Cooper's Rock, West Virginia, June 21st. Just outside, members of the Radiant Mountain are gathering for an event they're calling the Ritual of Claromancy. This is the first time I've been invited and trusted to join this event. What I'm told is it's a ritual where the leader, called the Raven, will choose a vessel. A vessel for what, I'm not sure. I've only been here for a few months. I'm not sure what they would do if they caught me filming this, but I don't think it'll be good. Okay, I'm gonna save some battery. If you're watching this, wish me luck.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm ready for this either, Anna. Here we go, part 2.
We will now drink from the cup of fate. Our words uttered into the formless void.
Our words uttered into the formless void.
Those look like
through the space
a woman, might be the Raven.
Reverberate from the space between space.
Between space.
Between space.
We are heard by that which has many names.
We are heard by that which has many names.
So it may lift one heavy, eager eye.
So it may lift one heavy, eager eye.
In our direction.
In our direction.
We are heard by those.
We are heard by those.
Who shall always be nameless.
Who shall always be nameless.
Whose incorporeal arms.
Whose incorporeal arms.
Reach for us.
I guess the Raven is the guy speaking.
Uniting us in unbodied observance.
Uniting us in unbodied observance.
Until we are heard no more.
Until we are heard no more.
You who are lost, our own has found you.
Aron, Aron, Aron.
I invoke the name of Ara, he who guides our names.
Aron, Aron, Aron.
Aram has blessed me with a name.
Oh boy.
It is Alexander Thomas.
Oh, he's just a little kid. All right. So the kid got selected. Here we go. Get ready. Oh, maybe it's all over. Whoa, there's the bloody knife. Okay, that was it. We didn't actually see him kill him, but it seemed pretty clear that that's what he's done. Yikes. What'd you think of that? Can't believe someone captured this. Do you think the girl who was filming this is the girl that they're talking about that got killed here? Like a girl went missing, maybe that was the girl that filmed this. There's another article here. Elderly man found with no memories. Cooper's Rock, West Virginia. Elderly man was found wandering around Cooper's Rock State Forest, naked and with no recollection of who he is or where he's from. On June 21st, around 3:30 p.m., a family on vacation first spotted the man. Jack Tillman, husband and father to the aforementioned family, initially called police about a disturbed elderly man wearing nothing but a pair of sunglasses. Tillman reportedly gave the man his jacket and tried talking to him. He kept speaking nonsense, said Tillman. He never removed his sunglasses. He had no ID, no smartphone, nothing. It was all very strange. According to officials, the man is now being looked after at the Ohio State Care Home. Nurses at the home stated that the man seemed to be at least 90 years old. Officials are still searching for anyone who may have any information about this man and what may have happened to him. What's that all about? All right. So additionally included is a purple sleeping mask. Doesn't feel like there's anything hidden in it or written on it. Then we have a deck of mountain cards. We have the pin for the squirrel. Gather and guard the seeds of truth. The squirrel is one who has left the worldly self behind and who is wholly devoted to serving the divine. A squirrel's duty is to watch over their brethren and safeguard the sacred rituals of the faith. As those who serve the raven directly, squirrels are entrusted with great wisdom and must hollow themselves completely to demonstrate their readiness to receive the truth. Okay, so when we're ready to hear the squirrel meditation, we go there, which I am uncomfortable about doing, but it's got to be done eventually. Okay, so we only have the two other things physically. Deck of cards, which go with this divination ritual. And we have a black envelope, which presumably is going to be from Daniel, the person who got us into this whole trouble. Or it's from the guy who's running the whole thing. No, it looks like it's from Daniel. Okay, Daniel, what have you got to say to us? The ritual is to open the bridge between the chosen and the divine, allowing the transferal of spiritual power. Find the Gilded Oak card, set it aside. Shuffle your deck, place the Gilded Oak face up on the top. So it's instructions how to do this. Okay. So let me just, I'm trying to see, like we've got instructions and then we've got this. Let's read this first. The divination ritual uses an old pattern that our forebears utilized to discover the truth about themselves and their purpose. I think the way I see this is going is we are the person. I think we are going to become the leader of the mountain. That's what I feel like is coming. Like Daniel was saying, like we have some special power, like people realize we have power. No one has risen as fast as we have. I have a scary feeling that we are the chosen one. Okay, let's look at these cards. Well, these are pretty cool looking. Look at these crazy things. We've got acorns, hooves, and crowns. What's the last suit? Hooves, scrolls, acorns. I guess this is acorn. What is... It's like eggs. Eggs and crowns of the same suit? So there's the gilded tree on the mountain with the lightning storms. Let me just... We've got suits of scrolls, suits of hooves, suits of acorns, and suits of crowns. And a fifth suit. A suit of eggs of some sort. Okay. Scrolls, hooves, acorns, crowns, and eggs. All right, let's take a look here. Using the Radiant Mountain deck, place the Great card aside, which is surely this card. We're going to do this generic thing first, then we'll turn to his instructions. Its greatness observes and guides the powers of the other cards. Place the crowns 1 through 5 in a single pattern before you. This is really kind of interesting. Okay, let's try doing this. Okay, so it wants us to set up the crowns exactly in a specific way. Okay. We start by setting out the cards like this. Next, it says, the crowns of the raven will guide you along your path. Shuffle the remaining cards. Place them one at a time on each crown until there are 5 cards in each pile. For each pile, choose a card that is not a crown. Write it down with its corresponding crown card. Shuffle each pile of 5 cards separately. Turn them each face down. Slowly, with intention and with intense inward focus, place one pile at a time on top of another until all piles are back in one deck. Deal the cards back out again, placing one card at a time. Okay, let's just say, deal the cards back out again, one card at a time in each of the 5 rows. Put a second card in a row only after each row has one. Piece a third, etc. We move forward only when we have raised our family. You'll be left with 5 rows of 5 cards. Life is difficult and chaotic if it takes effort to make connections. Look for your chosen cards. They are either the first, second, third, fourth, or fifth card in its row. Look for the corresponding crown card. The raven will guide us, but the raven is above all. So should we never find our purpose to equal our own thought, we are all connected. The cards will reveal truth to you, where the position of the crown matches or does not match the position of your chosen cards. One pair of a chosen card in its crown matches, then take solace, for its greatness watches over you. If 2 pairs match, so you do this thing and then you count how many pairs you have. If all 5 pairs have matched, rejoice. And then you have special message. If the crown of struggle matches, and so on. Okay, so we're going to do this little divination ritual. And we will see a little bit about our future, I guess. Okay, so I recognize this may not be the most enjoyable thing, but we're in for a penny, in for a pound here. Okay, so I've shuffled the deck and cut it. Now, place them one at a time on each crown until there are 5 cards in each pile. For each pile, choose a card that is not a crown. Right. Shuffle the cards, place them one at a time on each crown. I guess I'm supposed to do it like this. 2. Third card. Fourth card. Now each pile has 5 cards in it. For each pile, choose a card that is not a crown and write it down. Okay, so I'm going to choose the write it down along with its corresponding crown card. So for this one, I'm going to choose that the 4 crown goes with the ace of eggs. Is it eggs? What is the suit? Doesn't matter. And then for the 3 crown, I'm going to choose the 3 acorn. Doesn't have to be unique. Each pile, choose a card that's not a crown, write it down. Okay. So for the ace crown, I'm going to choose the ace acorn. And for the 5 crown, I'm going to choose the 3 hoof. And for the 2 crown, I'm going to choose the 5 acorn. Okay, now what do we do? Oh, sorry you didn't see that better. Okay. So with that done, shuffle each pile of 5 cards separately, then turn them each face down. Okay. Shuffle each pile of cards separately, turn each face down. Slowly with intention and with intense inward focus, place one pile at a time on top of another until they're all back in the deck. Okay, so I'm concentrating inwardly. Now we don't shuffle. We deal the cards back out, one card at a time in each of the 5 rows. Second one, and so on. So I think what it's saying is that I should be doing like this. Placing one card at a time in each row of 5 rows. Okay, now that we've done that, second card in a row only after Each row has one, and so on. You'll be left with 5 rows of 5 cards. Look for your chosen cards. They're either in the first, second, third, fourth, or fifth card in its row. Then look for the corresponding crown. It's either the second, third, or fourth card in the row. So in other words, my 5 crown is matching with the 3 hoof. My 2 crown was matching with the 5 acorn. Okay. So the raven will guide us, but the raven is above all, so should never find out our purpose. Okay, if one pair of the chosen card and its crown matches, they're in the same position in their respective rows. Okay, so let's see. How many do I have? The 4 crown here is in the same position in their respective row as the ace. So that guy is in the same column. The 3 crown was matched with the 3 acorn. They are in the same column. The ace acorn, the ace crown is with the ace acorn. So that's in the same column. The 5 crown matches with the 3 hoof. That's in the same column. And the 2 crown, which is here, is supposed to match up with the 5 acorn. So I guess this is a little one of these little magic tricks that no matter how you do it, it's always going to be there. That's looking behind the scenes. So everything matched up. So what does that mean? All 5 pairs have matched. Then rejoice, for its greatness has chosen you and watches you closely. Shut your eyes, and you may hear its whisper echo in your mind. Your fates are intertwined, and soon your part to play will be revealed. An important assignment is near, either future or past, and it is, was, or will be successful. And then all of these match. So we would read all of these. A great difficulty is near, but its greatness will guide you if you open your mind. If you will experience new vitality courtesy of its greatness. You may go forward and do great things. You are perfectly compatible with its greatness and may find your dreams aligned with its purpose. Your spirit may touch the spirit of its greatness. You have found your family and belong where you are, or are very close to it. Greatness is love, and in its shade we find sanctuary from the burning harshness of the world. Your death will serve as atonement for your previous infidelity to its greatness, and your essence will serve to further its journey into this world. Thus spoke its greatness through the barrier from the void to our world. So we are either going to be the new raven, or, given that the crown of death matched, we are going to be sacrificed for this new version of the mountain. Okay, very creepy. Now, this guy is giving us a new ritual. Presumably, shuffle your deck. Okay, everything is shuffled back together. All right. So, boy, you can see this game is coming to a creepy end with us right in the center of it all. Okay. So, what does it say? Find the Gilded Oak card, set it aside, which is what we've done here. Shuffle your deck. Place the gilded oak face up on the what? On the top of the deck. Place your deck in the moonlight and let the cards absorb the moon's energy until dawn. Then when you have gathered your resolve, place one hand on top of the deck. Okay, so we're just going to give it some moonlight. It is kind of shining in the moonlight, to be honest. Maybe you can't see it very well, but it is kind of like lighting up. But no, I don't see any patterns. Okay, we've given it some moonlight. Now what? When you've gathered your resolve, place the oak card face up. Face up on the top. Yes, you're right. Sorry. All right, let's give it some more moonlight. I mean, are we just going to do this guy's ritual in this black envelope? I guess we're doing it. Okay. Place one hand on top of the deck and recite. I call upon that which has many names to fill the space between space, bridging the void that separates our domain from the domain of truth and divine power. With the bridge now open, the chosen will be ready to receive power directly from the divine. Set the gilded oak aside. Okay. Then draw a card and place it face up. Repeat the step to arrange the cards in the shape of a mountain with 4 rows. The acorn provides growth and prosperity to the chosen endeavors. The hoof marks the true path, helping the chosen avoid all peril. The egg gives birth to new disciples who will follow the chosen's path. The scroll imparts divine knowledge and wisdom onto the chosen. The crown imbues the chosen with power, sovereignty, and truth. The card's number indicates the strength of its spiritual properties. Flip the card over one by one, starting from the base of the mountain. I guess I wasn't supposed to flip these. Oh, yes, I was. Okay, flip the cards over one by one, starting from the base and working up. With this action, you empty the card of its spiritual properties and transfer its power to the chosen. When all the cards are face down, stack them and place the gilded oak face up on top of the stack. To complete the ritual, place your hand over the gilded oak. Okay, so I did that. I'm told about the different suits. Flip the cards over one by one, starting with the base. Oh, now emptying the cards of their power, transferring them to myself. Supposedly. Okay, now I've done that. I've transferred this power to me. They're all face down. Stack them and place the gilded oak on top. Face up on top. Okay, now place my hand on top. I recite, I call upon that which has many names to close the bridge between our domain and the domain of truth and divine power, for the chosen is now sanctified. John says, when I saw a 3 at the top and Jesse put a 3, I thought for a second we get something really freaky. Yeah, I'm not sure. It just gave us sample thing. Okay, so I am now sanctified. I've done this ritual. He didn't say why or what was going to happen, so that seems a little... I don't know how I feel about that. We've now done this ritual and done our divination. I guess these cards here just go back in the deck or something. Well, there's nothing more for us to do except for the secret message that was in Charlotte's thing. Normally Daniel gives us a secret message too. Let's just look at this for a second, since this PS doesn't make any sense. DATBWRTNSS. That doesn't make any sense. Dillis after the break will reach the next stepping stone. Any thoughts, or should we just jump to the meditation? The only thing left for us to do is meditation, and then try to make sense of her two. It's a PS and a PS, so these are clear that these are puzzle things, but I'm inclined to just read the recap to find out the solutions to them. But we do have the meditation to listen to. John says, do you think it's as simple as Dillis is the URL extension? Dillis after the break will reach the next stepping stone. I think that's an interesting idea, Jonathan. In other words, I don't know why you're saying URL extension, but I wonder if the page name is just Dillis. So that if we go to the Radiant Mountain site, instead of Iora, if we type DILIS, no. What about if he just capitalized it because he had to? DILIS. No. And it was DILIS, right? It's a good guess, though. DILIS. It's a little weird because the two eyes are dim, but I don't know if that can really mean anything. Surely it's not like DLS. I think we're just gonna read the recap, but we do have the meditation to listen to. All right, well, we've tried the obvious things. Surely there's lots more we could try, but what we're going to do is we're going to take a break because we've been playing an hour. When we come back, we'll listen to this meditation, see if there are any more secrets in that. Then, unless anyone has any ideas, we'll go and try to get some guidance from the website rather than bang our head against the wall. 8 minutes. Jonathan has some interesting points here. I do want to draw attention to one of them. This is a message from Daniel, and he says, maybe these numbers are relevant. I think that's a very interesting observation because it would be a good way to hide information. And I think maybe you could go further, right? Like, first thing is you're pointing out that we are being given very specific numbers here. 3, 2, 1, 4, 2, 5, 4, 3, 5, 2. Not clear what they would mean. Now, here's another thing you didn't say. It is a little odd how this list here, like, or in fact, any part of this recitation, but you could imagine that there's some meaning here. Acorn provides growth and prosperity, marks the true path, gives birth, imparts divine knowledge. You could imagine that there's a code here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. But let's not go crazy with this. And then Jonathan was saying that he thinks this might be some sort of tracing pattern, like it's the relationship to one another. Start from the beginning. We find our meaning in our relationships to each other. So somehow that you would say, like, this draws a line to this. And if we draw it all out, we get something. It just feels like the possible options here are so high that I'm not really willing to do it all. But you could imagine that you could get shapes and words here. So we've got several codes that may be present here. But rather than dwell on them and get frustrated, let's listen to the meditation, which I'm almost afraid to do, to be honest. But we got to do it, so here we go. So we're looking for the squirrel meditation. Password is Acorn. All right, are we ready?
Hello, listeners, and welcome to the Radiant Mountain Meditation Workshop.
It's not Rachel.
Is currently ill and is taking a wonderful, relaxing holiday.
Rachel's ill.
I am Michael, and I will be your guide today. For the next few minutes, put aside all that is stressful in your life and clear your mind. Relax and put on your visual deprivation mask now. Remember to take slow, deep breaths. You start down the path the
He
Spirit
wants me to
showed
put
you,
this on.
leaving the light of the campsite behind. The dirt beneath your feet slowly hardens. There are no more trees, your path slowly changes into stones and rocky ledges. The stones are warm from the midday sun. You feel jagged pebbles beneath your feet. The feeling is good. The pebbles love you. The pain loves you. The pain is nothing. I am nothing. The truth paves my path. Good now. The afternoon sun covers you in a loving blanket of light. The sparrow which guided you along the path is now tired and rests for a while on your shoulder. The sparrow loves you. The ledges of the rocks become steeper. The climb is hard, but it is good. You pull yourself up the rocky ledge. The hard work is good. Your hard work will be rewarded. Above the ledge, your eyes meet with the small black eyes of a squirrel. The squirrel's eyes are your eyes. I will work hard for the truth.
I will work hard for the
My eyes will
truth.
know the truth.
My eyes will know the truth.
My eyes will know the truth.
My eyes will know the truth.
Good. Now, you look down at the valley below you, and your eyes follow the path you have taken. You see the others below you, the sparrows resting by the campfire, and the deer wandering through the forest at the base of the mountain. Your eyes stretch farther towards the horizon. You see thousands upon thousands of lost fawns, their shadowy figures gathering toward the mountain as the sun begins to set. One day they will reach the mountain. One day they will be as you are now. The squirrel sits beside you to watch the sun set. It longs to tell you something. I have a purpose.
I have
My
a purpose.
will be revealed.
My purpose will be revealed.
I will submit to my purpose.
I will submit to my purpose.
Good. Now, you sit on the edge of a sheer rock face. The sparrow moves from your shoulder to rest in the palm of your hand. A cool wind blows through your hair. You love the wind. You hear a voice in your head. The squirrel is talking to you. The squirrel loves you. It tells you what you need to do. It tells you what must be done. You tighten your grip on the sparrow. You hear a snap. The sound is good. The good sound echoes down the mountainside. You open your hand and the cool wind blows. Feathers float off into the distance. They are saying goodbye. You say goodbye to you. That was the sparrow. To end is to begin. To end is to begin.
To end is to begin.
To end is to begin.
To end is to begin.
To end is to begin.
To end is to begin.
Good. Now, the squirrel leads you further up the rocky path. It is a narrow path. It is your only way to the truth. As the sun sets, it outlines the large rocks and ledges in gold. The rocks cast endlessly dark shadows. You can no longer see what the rocks look like. the squirrel leads you to a small, shallow cave at the edge of the mountainside. It is enough to rest for the night. You will sleep soundly by the edge of the mountain. The squirrel peers through the near impenetrable darkness. The squirrel watches over you while you rest. I will collect knowledge for the greater good.
I will collect knowledge for the greater good.
I am the squirrel that toils.
I am the squirrel that toils.
The squirrel's eyes are my eyes.
Squirrel's eyes are my eyes.
Good. Now, your mind is gently reconnecting with your body. You feel renewed. Take a deep breath in and remove your visual deprivation mask now. You feel your body emptying. Being empty is good. Emptiness loves you. Thank you for listening to Radiant Mountain's meditative recording. Have a wonderful, joyous, and productive day.
Okay. Well, that end part was clearly some reverse audio. I guess if you were playing this and got one of these boxes each month, and there were a big group of Facebook people all working on it at the same time, one of the people would download the audio and know to load it into an audio program and play it backwards. We're not going to go through all that. We're going to have someone else tell us what they got. That was very creepy. It told us in our meditation to strangle and crack the neck of the sparrow. Okay, so I think we go to the recap page. Unless there's something else someone wants to fool with. I mean, we could sit and try to figure out some of these codes, but I don't think we should. I think maybe what we'll do, though, is, well, let's go to the recap page. Yeah, let's not... Okay. We don't even know what the URL to take the next quiz is. QRRL1376. No? Okay, let's try again. QRRL1370. Okay, now, before I click on anything, does anyone want to stop me before I do anything? Follow the link on the back of the card to listen to the Acorn Find. Okay, so now there's something about the propaganda poster, but we think that's just going to tell us, I suspect this is just going to suggest that we could use this for the forum. Revisit an element from episode 1. Okay, fine. Okay, here's a hint about decoding her message. There are many markings on this letter. Look closely for numerical elements Charlotte may have added to her Divine Chronicle entry. Numerical elements. So it's suggesting that we should be looking for number elements here. They're suffering too. Only none of us for a long time. I was full of despair. I don't really see too much numerical elements. So there does seem to be actually... Are these dots around the edge or are those actual letters? I think those might be letters. Let me get my glasses here. Okay. So we have numbers around the border. It's hard to see, but you can see there, right? You can see that's a 49. That's a 17. This seems like it might have been what Jonathan was saying, but they're numbers around the border. So I guess what it wants us to do, it'd be easier if we scanned it, but let's see if we can do it this way. I just fear that it's going to be a little hard for us to see these numbers, but let's see if we can do it. Otherwise, we'll just, I mean, scanning it would be easier, but let's see what happens. So I guess the idea is for us to start at the number 1 and connect. There's 1. Looks like there's 1 here too, though. What does that mean? There's a 1 here. There's a 1 here and a 1 here and a 1 here and a 1 here. Each start from the beginning. We find our meaning in our relationships to one another. Interesting. I'm not sure, but I think rather than figure it out, let's just go and have them explain it. So Charlotte's reveal. Upon close inspection, there are very small numbers written in the border. Start from the Radiant Mountain symbol at the top of the page. Work counterclockwise. The numbers reference the letters in the Divine Chronicle entry. I see what it's trying to say. It's trying to say, work counterclockwise. Come on, guys, give me a break. What it wants us to do is find the 48th letter, or 49th letter, whatever this is. Count it this way, 49, and that's our first letter. And then the next letter is the 6th letter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here's the next is a T. Whatever the 49th letter is, it's down here somewhere. 6. Then 26, we would count 26 and write that letter next, and so on. So we would assemble this message by counting this offset until we assemble a message of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 letters or so. The first number is 49. The 49th letter written in the entry's body text is an R, and continue on. Okay, very unpleasant. And the message would be, Radiant Mountain Life, show me. This Radiant Mountain Life, show me. This is the URL for the quiz put together by Charlotte and Daniel. So the URL is Radiant Mountain Life / show me. Okay, so we're supposed to figure out that there's a new web page to go to, and it's Radiant Mountain Life, show me. So in her message is this URL. Okay. All right, so there's that, but we don't know the password for it. Continuing on. So now we could get back to what Daniel was trying to communicate. You could imagine that his password is these letters, like either this number 323 or maybe like C, B, A, D, B, E, D, C, E, B. But more likely it is something here. The Dillis, after the break, will reach the next stepping stone. So maybe he's saying that the password here could be Dillis. Probably not. Yep. Okay, so that's that. Dillis was the password to the quiz. Dillis, after the break, will reach the next stepping stone. All right. So we're ready. When we are ready, we can answer the final thing. Show my father and I were not the only ones brave enough to speak our truth and prove your loyalty to the righteous path. Okay, but before we do that, let us see if there's anything else. So the propaganda poster, we knew. Amplify. So I wonder if all those password protected blog entries we're never allowed to get to. I think that's what they did it before. So we've done these. Daniel, that's going to be Dillis after the break. It's the clue to the next quiz. Dillis is the password. Okay, we figured that out. Yes, I wanted to see if it'll tell us the text, what the reverse phrases say. When the recording is played backward, the irregularities can be interpreted as sounds, specifically as phrases. The phrases say, my hunger grows. Open yourself and feed me. Invoke the name of Ravenmot. No world will be spared. Invoke the name of Ravenmot. So he's telling us to invoke the name of Ravenmot. Let's just look up what the rituals involving Ravenmot are. I am called Ravenmot the Magnifier. And then one of these, which of these rituals involved Ravenmot? Here was the ritual that involved Ravenmot. Imbue strength to the raven. Set a raven in its cage. You must not show fear. If you welcome the raven into your soul, it'll speak an incantation. You will strengthen the foe into the raven. Be warned, do not allow fear to be sensed within your spirit. For the foe shall be reversed, and Ravenmot shall devour you instead. Okay, so maybe Ravenmot is the demon that we're dealing with here, even though Arwen seems to be the one that they worship when they did that spell. But maybe that spell is, you call out to the different spirit name depending on what you want. Like when they did that weird spell, then they call Arwen. This guy wants us to call out to Ravenmot. All right, so it feels like we've done it all, but we could, the last thing here is the solution to the squirrels, I guess. So I guess I keep thinking this is the final box, but it's not the final box. We got one more. So let's look at the survey. The survey created by the daughter and father to see if we're ready. All right, let's see what happens. Show my father and I were not the only ones brave enough to speak our truth and prove your loyalty to the righteous path. Question 1. Is your spirit brave enough to speak out against the untrue guide? So we could say, no, I don't believe there's any need for change. No, I don't have the courage to speak my mind. Yes, but we must wait until the time is right. Yes, I'm ready to forge a new future. All right, we're just playing along with this. I guess we're ready. D. Do you ever wonder whether others feel the way you do? Guess maybe we'll say we don't consider what others feel. Why has Raven Welgrim led us astray? He does not mean to make us err. He does not have goodness in his heart. I think we were told he doesn't have goodness in his heart. What is he forbidden? I think this is the one that that Daniel said he doesn't like. He should be sharing the knowledge. How should we study the sacred word? I think he said we have to study it as it was first set down. He's robbed us of... Do you remember the answer to this one? I guess we'll just guess these and then we'll read what the answers were. I mean, the guy, Daniel, was talking about how we have true names. I mean, we all know we have true names, but he was saying something about maybe he's writing it all here. Maybe this is all the answers. It's all here, maybe. He says they have to be emptied of their fear, filled with the power. I'm confident. I'm just going to say our true names. Is the sacrifice of blood necessary to glorify the divine? What does he say about this? I don't remember what he says about blood, but let's hope it's not needed. I'm going to click C because I'm hoping he wants to lead this flock in a way that the blood is not needed. Why must the raven be unmade? A new raven must be chosen every 7 years. No. When the old raven retires, no. It was foretold that the raven is not eternal. Well, that's true. How will we cleanse the radiant mountain? I don't remember that. How will we cleanse the radiant mountain? I don't remember this being talked about. Surely it would be here in this letter from him. Right? Shouldn't it be in here? Or here? It talked about being tamed electricity. All right, maybe we'll say purifying fire then. I mean, surely we're going to have gotten one of these wrong. Are you prepared to greet the twilight age? Yes, I'm ready to be one with the divine. Yes, I will hearken the declining sun. Maybe. No, I don't want to relinquish all that I have gained. I guess we're going to say this. Not yet pure enough. Reflect on all that you have learned. Okay, well, we're going to have to retake it, but we're going to get the guidance for what we got wrong. Okay, so I'm just going to write these out because CAD, CBA, DBCB, DBCB. C. I thought this was going to be it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Surely this should be it. Because they go from 1 to E, but it's not quite right, is it? But that would have been clever. Sure would have made sense for this to be the answer. Like there's 3 is C. But 2 is A. D should be 4. Like, this isn't it, but it should be. This isn't it, but it should be. What a missed opportunity to put a fun little code hidden in here. There's 10 of them. If we had counted that there was 10, we would have surely thought that was, but it doesn't even have the right number. All right, well, let's see what the answers were that it wanted while we fill it out. All right, I'm going to try to retake it if it will let me. It won't, but if I reload it, here we go. Okay, we're ready to prove ourselves. Yes, but we must wait until the time is right. Okay, I got that one wrong. I doubt that, yes, I doubt because they aren't as pure as empty as I am. I got that one wrong. He does not mean to make us err. I got that one wrong. What is he forbidden? Hauling ourselves out. This doesn't seem right. 4 is C. 5 is, we should study it. It was his first written down. Yeah, we got that right. Our true names, we got that right. It's the best way to show. All right, so he still believes in blood. That's unfortunate. A new raven must be chosen every 3 years? Really? Every 7 years? Is that right? Open conversation. Hearken the declining sun. Surely these aren't the right answers. No, they weren't. That's weird. Did I write these down wrong? BAD CBA DBCB. Oh, this is squirrel quiz. This shouldn't be squirrels. They've got the wrong thing in this reveal. That's okay, because we know that we can go to the other page and we can recap mountain box 4 and get the quiz answers here. Well, those didn't seem like the right answers. I guess it's good. All right, so let's see. These are the right answers. D, B, 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 then B, C, C, and then D, D, A. Okay. So it looks like we were right more than we feared. Let's try again. Yeah. Okay, first answer is D. Yes, that's what we said before. So we got that one correct. Then we got 3 B's. Yes, I worry they don't have the same anxiety. So I got that one slightly wrong. He's lost touch. I guess I got that one wrong. I think I said C originally. And then this one, he forbids sharing our wisdom, which I did get correct. And then we should study it as was first written down. We got that one correct. And then, what has he robbed us of? Our loved ones' wives? Is that right? 6C. That's weird. I guess he stole Alexander, which is Thomas's son. And then he says the blood doesn't need to flow. And then it was foretold that a rave is not eternal. We got that right. With purifying fire, that was Jonathan's guess about the lightning. And yes, I'm ready to be one with the divine. We got that one right too. Okay, so we got most of them right originally. Your dedication to our cause is truly impressive. My father and I are excited to welcome you into the fold. Together, we will cleanse the radiant mountain of the poison at its heart. Prepare for the dawning of our new age of righteousness. All right, 5 hours, 40 minutes. We have solved box 4. We went right to the hints, and it's a good thing we did. The bad news is we're going to be part of this cult, and they may try to sacrifice us. So we're going to have to develop a plan for not getting killed or hollowed out. I think we might want to just light this whole place on fire. Jonathan, thank you for accompanying me for this. Shall we schedule box 5, the finale, for Monday night at 10 p.m.? What do you think about that? There were some very poor choices of puzzles here. One pattern that you see in the worst of the Hunt the Killer puzzles when they happen, and we saw them today, is the willingness to make players do very cumbersome decoding that is very prone to error. The idea of finding the 149th letter, I mean, that's just, it's too prone to error. And then we had this bizarre puzzle here where we had to go to a website based on solving a code and coming up with IORA. And somehow we were to have figured out that, yes, that was the right decoding, and just guessing that we would stick it on as a URL endpoint. Yeah. All right. Anna joined us as well. Very fun. All right. I still am loving the story here, and I am very much appreciating the thing that's most impressive here, I think, is the long game. The fact that they're like, these meditations are 10 minutes each, and they're like 90% reasonable, or 99% reasonable, and then 1% is very weird creepiness. Rachel is ill. She can't give the guided meditations. But the willingness to put so much of it feel real, and then just a couple creepy moments is very impressive. Okay, so we're going to meet at 10 p.m. on Monday, which it is Monday. So we're going to meet in about 19 hours, I think. 18 hours. I'll see you then for the finale of The Mountain.